Okay, I've got 8:30. We'll call the meeting to order. Pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Could I have a volunteer to do the invocation? Anybody? Mr. Sinclair.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this morning, for this day, for the city that we live in and work in. Lord, I pray that you would be over our deliberations here today, that you would give us wisdom, that you would give us peace, that we would do what is best for the city and for the citizens. Lord, I pray that you would bless us, and in Jesus' name, amen.
If anyone would like to speak, the forms are over by Chief Ragsdale. Please fill it out and give it to Janice. You'll have 3 minutes to speak if you so choose. All right, business workshop, Gabe Ram.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, good morning. It's my understanding you'd like to go through tab by tab, so we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, what we discussed, we'll go tab by tab, by department, and then at the end, we'll get into the salary stuff. So we'll start. Tab number 1, summaries. Anybody have anything? Okay. You good? Cindy, are you still going through it? Okay, okay. All right, nothing there. We'll go to the general fund revenues.
I just had one quick question on recreation programs. We're showing an increase of 132% on that. What is allowing for that much of an increase?
Just increased activity. It's never going to be up to where it was pre-COVID because we've got the senior center activities taking up 2 of the main rooms, but we have seen an increase, so it's just based on current trends continuing into next year.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I have one question that a citizen asked me. You may have probably described it. On the credit card processing fee, they wanted to know, do we get anything back on that or any incentives toward that? And I know they're watching, so that's the reason I'm asking.
So there's 2 separate issues when we talk about credit cards. The credit card processing fees, the expenditure that's budgeted here in the admin part of it is the fee that the credit card companies charge the city to allow our customers to use the credit card. And we've talked about how that is built into our utility rates. Now, we've since added other services or other ways to pay online. For example, you can pay for building permits, and in those cases, and even court fines, if you pay your court fine online, then the credit card company charges the fee directly to the customer. But the one that's included in the budget is for allowing our customers the convenience of using it. We do receive, and then separate to that is the P-card program that different city employees use. In lieu of a purchase order or a check requisition, they use a purchase card. We have a policy for that. We have checks and balances on that. But as part of that program, it's through JP Morgan Chase, we do receive an annual rebate And that will vary depending on the usage in any given year. It's varied from 25,000, I want to say we were almost up to 75,000 at one time, but, so two separate issues.
Since you brought up the topic of P cards, when we get our monthly reports from Janice, the expenditures every month seem to be relatively high. Are all of the charges on P cards budgeted, or do we have to make some adjustments, or exactly how does that work?
The purchases made by P card are the same as the purchases made in any other way. They are charged to budget line items, and all of the expenditures are budgeted. Their receipts are reviewed monthly by the employee's supervisor, and each of the reports are signed and reviewed by the employee's supervisor as well.
And the reason I'm asking, because it looks like there's daily charges for very small amounts, you know, by the same individual. Is there a better way that we could do this that would have a bigger cost savings, buy in bulk rather than buying in, you know, small bits?
I would say that's one of the advantages of using the P cards. So especially like, for example, Randy's department, if they've got guys working out in the field and they need to go get a certain size screw or washer or whatever, instead of having to do a check requisition, they go to Elkins or wherever and they just charge it. It's more efficient, in my opinion.
But running out to go buy a screw or a bolt or something, and I know it has to happen sometimes, but if we had that in our inventory, I mean, wouldn't that be better than having to leave the job site to go run pick this up? I mean, I'm just,
We certainly do have an inventory, I'm sure, of what they need, but it's a convenience and it's supporting a local business as well.
I can comment on that a little bit. In the fire department, we used to keep an inventory of a lot of cleaning supplies, hardware, and all that kind of stuff, and it went to a lot of waste and storage. It's much more convenient for us to go buy it as we need it and keep a small supply. It's easier for us to keep track of. Just from our own experience, I would assume it's the same for every department. It makes much more sense to do it the way we do it today and go get what we need really quickly versus having to estimate what we might use and having to store it and buying in bulk quantities.
okay.
Anything else?
Yes. I was just piggybacking off hers, but I'm
Okay.
looking on page 22. It says, under the budget supplement, item number 4, it says administrative oversight services, oversight review and services. Could you explain what that is?
Sure, the positions that are budgeted in admin are the city manager, assistant city manager, finance director, finance manager, accounts payable technician, HR director, HR generalist. We provide services, we provide administrative services not only to the general fund, but to the enterprise fund and drainage utility fund. And so we base a percentage of that and charge it to each of the funds so that the general fund is not bearing the total cost of the administrative services of the city.
And what is an example of an administrative service?
As I just mentioned, the city manager's oversight, the assistant city manager's oversight,
Right.
finance, accounting, human resources, accounts payable.
So it's just reviewing reports or something?
Yes, ma'am, supervising the employees,
Okay.
doing the accounting for the different funds, doing the human resource functions. Melanie, works for all departments, not just the departments that are funded in the general fund.
Okay. And it looks like our fees from the recreation department are up really high this year. Membership, 41,000, day passes, 24,000. It's revenues, so those numbers seem high, it's great. Happy for that. Aquatic, day pass, 68,000. Those are actually numbers that we brought in this year?
The line that says proposed budget is our estimate for next year, but our estimates are based on current trends. So as
Well,
I
I'm looking on
mentioned,
pages 23 and 24.
the estimates are based, as I mentioned,
Oh,
on
those are
current
proposed?
trends.
Okay. Okay. Oh, 24, 25, okay.
Good with that, Kevin? All right, we'll move on to general administration.
So on page 31, I'm looking at the line item, council supplies and expenses, and in 22, 23, it was $715. And for the last 2 years, it's 3,000. Have those office supplies really gone up that much?
Minute books have gone up. Those are charged to that area where we put in the permanent books. Those are very expensive and they've gone up the last few years and part of that is in this account.
We can have everybody speak in their microphone, so if anybody's watching.
Minute books, the cost for that and the paper, because those are permanent records, have gone up. And we had to buy several last year, so. Okay.
Can you tell us what a minute book is? Because I bet a lot of people don't know.
Okay, our minutes go back from where we first became a city back in '49, and these are a hardback type binder that they go in permanently, and it's got the thicker paper that will retain and won't fade over time. So we're required to keep those, and we have to keep them somewhere that we can keep them safe. They're in those, and then they're in a fireproof pocket.
Thank you.
I would also mention too that the two columns to the left, the 2 year-end are actuals, and then the rest are budgeted numbers. So the budget for that has remained the same, right? The current year budget is 3,000, revised budget is 3,000, and so there's no change in the budget, but it would fluctuate from year to year depending on what actually needs to be purchased.
And then I'm also looking a little further down the page to employee programs, we're looking at $19,000. It was 15,000 last year, but revised to 22,940. Could you explain what these employee programs are?
I believe that was a line item that was added a year or two ago to increase employee morale. And so I want to say the first year it was at the main event, is that the game place? And then it was the Ranger game this year.
But was that not some kind of rebate or something from the insurance and stuff?
No, I think you're referring to, Melanie can probably speak to it better, but there.
No, on the rebates that we got, or the money back that we got for health savings was from United Healthcare for 3 years. It was 16,000 one year, 15,000 the next year, and 15,000 the other year. So the appreciation is just something we added for the employees specifically. But as far as the wellness, like the Yetis and all that, that came from United Healthcare for wellness funds that we used. And we don't have United Healthcare anymore, so that stopped. That was the first time we had ever had that wellness funds for those 3 years from that provider.
You know, we're looking at increasing the budget quite a bit this year, and to help the citizens, because we need to look at them as well. I think the employee programs might be an item that we want to strike this year because of the raises that we're giving our employees. I think that shows how much the council appreciates them.
Mary?
Respectfully, I disagree with that. I've heard so many comments from the staff how much they enjoy particularly the Ranger game, and I think it's important not only to give raises, but to, reward our staff that way.
So since this come up, what I would recommend is, let's say, add this to the table as a potential thing to, cut or remove and then as we get to the end of the budget, we'll have a list of things we want to go back, and then we could look at all of them together.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
And the reason that I bring up some of these things to strike from the budget, and like I said, these are temporary, these are not permanent, is because when I look at the utilities under General Administrative Office, it looks like they're increasing 119%. If it's increasing for the city, it's going to increase for our citizens. And again, we have the difficult job of trying to, keep our citizens at a point where they can afford to live here and pay for all the necessary things that they need to. If we're looking at 119% increase in utilities, they're probably looking at a large increase as well. So every dime we can save them, I think, is to the benefit of our citizens. Again, no disrespect for any of the staff here, but, if you don't have citizens, you guys don't have a job.
That utilities line item also includes 3 months of utilities at the senior center and library?
Not in the admin department.
oh, okay.
That would be, I budgeted all in library, even though it will
Oh,
be
okay.
split between library and senior center. The majority of that is just the increase in electric rates that we've been told to expect.
Okay.
And water, too. The general fund pays the enterprise fund water, and we've been using more water with the Veterans Memorial Park and trying to keep some of the plantings alive.
I'm looking on page 35. Under dues and subscriptions, I think we should strike the sister cities because we're not participating in that.
Councilmember, we're a member of the Sister City International Organization.
And what benefit does that offer our citizens?
You'll recall 3 years ago, we had a visit from our friends in Gambia. They've asked us to visit at some point in the future. It's just a membership fee for the organization.
It's still $440.
Sure. Now, let's add it to the list to talk about.
And our charter only says national, regional, and local, and it doesn't say anything about international. That's the thing that I think people are worried about, because we don't, I'm not saying that we're being ugly or anything, but, we need to worry about national, regional, but what's in our charter is what we need to look at.
Yeah, I can ask Brent whether that's an eligible expense, if that's the question.
And then again, under educational, training, and travel, just for the administrative office. Education, I don't have a problem with, but most of the classes that we can take now are online. Is there any way that we can do these online and reduce this cost?
So I think you'll find travel training both for admin and all departments. It's generally a conference, state or national conference once a year. Many of us, in fact, maybe all of us in the dais in the room have continuing education we have to maintain. So that's generally what it is, conferences.
So basically, the question I'm asking is, there's no way we can cut the travel portion out of this?
I don't think so, because this is required, job required.
Okay,
Yep.
just asking the questions.
But be rest assured that we do use online training, and especially the free training, as much as we can.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, I would like to speak because I know a little bit about this training and being certified because I'm certified in certain things. There is, like right now for myself, I'm having to re-up my PMBOK. It's a PMP certification. There's a plethora of PMP 1-hour training classes on YouTube. but they don't count towards when you actually go to the PMBOK to get certified. They don't count, so you have to take training that they actually certify and has it. And so while it's not impossible, it does become very restrictive when you're trying to find a class that does match to keep that certification. So that is the
Right.
one thing.
There are some Zoom meetings that you could do.
Yeah,
I do know that,
yeah,
Right.
because I have some of them.
yeah.
And I've taken some certifications where I've done online training, but I had to show up for the test. So instead of having 7 days of travel and hotel, it was just 1 day.
Yeah, yeah, but usually the 7 days or 3 days, 4 days, it's more than just a training. It's also like TML, right? In which a lot of council members go to. It's more than just taking their seminars, they're talking to other like-minded people in the same business and
I
stuff. So
understand.
I'm not surprised, I'm just stating that that's kind of,
But again,
What it fits
you know,
into.
I'm trying to
yeah, yeah.
help the citizens.
Yeah, I agree with you, no argument.
They can't tell you no if you don't ask the questions.
Anything else? in that section? Okay. Municipal court? Everybody good? Fire?
So I counted the employees on here 3 times, and I got 31, but it shows 30, and that did not include the emergency management coordinator.
We only have 30 employees.
Are you looking at filling one more position or something?
No, we have 30 and we're not, and this budget doesn't add any employees.
Okay. Are we not looking at putting an emergency management coordinator in this year?
We are, that's a different cost center and different department. It's
Okay.
under the fire department, but we moved it to its separate, its own budgetary line item.
Okay. But I still thought the little grade boxes, I thought I counted 31 people when I,
We'll check if the org chart's wrong, but they have 30 people, plus in another cost center, the emergency management coordinator. But we'll double count it, but there's no additional.
There's only
employee.
30
okay.
boxes.
It's 30, and we have, when I say fully staffed, that we have no one out for that 30. We filled all 30 slots.
I'm sorry,
Do we
you
have
asking
any
if we're fully
vacancies?
staffed right now?
Yeah, do we have any
Yes.
vacancies within that 30?
No, sir, we're
Okay,
fully
that's
staffed.
On the line item for employees' health, I noticed on the fire department, there was a little bit of an uptick, and most of the other departments had a little bit of a downtick. Is there just a different rating scale for firefighter health?
You're talking about,
The-
On page 46, if you look at 5 or 6 down, it's insurance, employees' health.
We,
And it's not a lot of money, I'm just curious, because in a lot of other departments, it actually went down. But
we
added,
and, yeah, and that's not something the chief will know. We estimate our budget based on the current enrollment of plans. So in prior years, maybe they were on health insurance, or people that have retired perhaps had a higher cost insurance plan, and then the current people that came in, maybe younger employees, maybe tend to have the health insurance plan or the higher copay. So it's just, it will vary from year to year. You're not going to see the same trend from department to department, because it just depends on the enrollment of the plans of the employees.
Okay,
we added employee mid-year, I don't know if that's part of that.
And, that's
makeup.
true, chief. That would include it too.
And then also if they had children, they didn't, it was just them, and then they had a family, they had their wife and their kids on there, could change it.
Under special requests on page 52, I
Yes,
see you
ma'am.
have an admin assistant support position. I know you guys desperately need that. If we can cut some of these line items out of this budget, maybe we could get you that person, because I know that you and Chief Craver spend a lot of your time doing that, and your skills could be used elsewhere.
We do, but we support the initiative that staff came up with early and build consensus to make sure we're taking care of the existing employees before we add any other one. Although we have a need in our department, I think there's other departments that have that need too, so that's obviously a decision outside the fire chief. We kept it in there because it is a needed position to keep it on the radar. What year it's funded in goes beyond my pay grade, obviously.
Since this is the first one that's come up too, I also would recommend maybe at the end of the session as we go through, if we could rank these positions we've not funded because the budget is tight this year, so that next year we have a, 1, 2, 3 kind of ranking order. I think that would be good for where they fall.
Yep. Anything more on fire?
So I see, if I'm right here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they're actually numbered. Six special requests, and out of the 6, 4 of them were funded. Two we pushed to a later date. The 2 that wasn't funded was the added administrator for the fire department and the lieutenant ranking to captain. Is that correct?
Just a couple of comments. Again, those are recurring costs. The lieutenant ranks to captain ranks, that number is very conservative because we didn't know where the salary survey was going to come out, and this was prepared ahead of that. So that 50,000 more realistically is between the about 22,000. So
Oh, it'll go down?
not that that has any impact, but those are recurring costs which we've all agreed to forego to take care of existing staff. The salaries.
So that would definitely hit our OpEx budget.
Chief, if you were to have to rank those 2, like if we could manage to do one of them but not the other, what priority would the fire department have on those 2 line items?
Well, I think knowing because of the budget's tight, if you asked me to rank one of them, and I did that in the order on this form, number 1.
Okay.
Just for your information, the instructions to the departments are to rank your special requests in order of priority. So the higher they are on the list, the more important it is to the department.
Oh, that's good. Cool.
Anything more on fire? All right. PD.
Just a general, I think we're short 6 police officers right now, or out of the 50, we got 50, and we need to fill 6.
We're
6.
41 authorized for sworn, and yes, we are 6 short.
I didn't hear that.
So we're 41 officers sworn is what we're authorized, but we are 6 short right now.
Yeah,
Yes.
so sure, yeah.
I'm looking on page 57, Honor Guard supplies. Are these uniforms not used over again, or are all these guys different sizes, or?
So we reuse what we can, but those uniforms are custom fit to the officer. And so there can be some modifications if an officer leaves the unit and someone of similar size, they could be refitted to them, but typically, largely, they're not reusable. So once somebody leaves our department, leaves the Honor Guard, then that uniform would be unusable to us for someone in the future.
And how often do we deploy the Honor Guard?
Our Honor Guard is used on a pretty regular basis. They're used for a lot of graduations with the Basic Police Officer Academy. They're used for funerals. They're used for special occasions. So our unit's being utilized pretty regularly.
And again, employee programs on here, something to consider. Again, we're giving some pretty decent raises between last year and this year, and I think the employees know that we do appreciate them. Again, we need to let our citizens know that we appreciate them. And that's $4,200.
What do you use, what do you have for the employee programs?
So our employee programs, it's used largely for our banquet that we host every year. So that's where the majority of those expenses go to. Pretty much all those expenses go to.
FD has the same line item. Ours is a little less. We have less employees, but there's
I
one in
missed
the
it.
FD as well.
Yes, Mary.
This is just a general comment. The salary study that we've approved, the purpose of that is not to show that we appreciate our staff. The purpose of it is to bring them into a competitive way of competing, with other cities. And when we do have vacancies that cannot be filled from within, it gives us a better chance of being able to recruit good talent. So it's really not a gift. It's really a necessity.
Mayor Pro Tem, just one quick comment related to vacant positions. I think this came up. So all positions that are vacant, they should be assumed to be filled. We had talked about the emergency management coordinator. Because we don't have a person, this doesn't mean we're getting rid of the position. It's still budgeted. It just takes time to hire people. Another thing to consider that the vacant positions, especially in the police department, as recommended by the consultants in the salary study, which was based on the market, those vacant positions, the starting salaries would increase. So we feel like that would be we saw, and thanks to your action last year, a better and stronger applicant pool after the increases. We expect that pending your action on what has been recommended in the salary study.
And then also on page 57, under the revised budget for 23-24, there's a COVID-19 expense, ARPA, for $656,000. Could you explain that, please?
The majority of that is the roof. I think the AC, PDAC repairs were also part of that. It's just recognizing the revenue that's already been collected from ARPA. That was approved by the city council.
Anything else?
Good.
Public services.
What is special services planning? It's on page 67, about 5 lines up from the bottom.
That's the line item where we fund ABRA, the outside planning consultant.
Okay.
I know quite some time ago, the council had, and I think it was Mayor Pro Tem Paul Flaggy, had requested a building maintenance person, and I know we put an advertisement out for a contractor, and then we looked at hiring within, but you were supposed to provide us some information on that individual, on that position?
We put the position is in the budget. It didn't get funded this time. We talked about looking at it mid-year with Kim to see if we could maybe fund it at that time. Do it again, like the chief said, we're trying to keep the budget down as much as possible to try to.
But if we look at having somebody in here, and I know you guys do a lot. We had you out on Thursday, you know, for these small things, but I'd heard several people complain about a drip in the shower in the men's bathroom at the rec center. You know, it seems like our air conditioning systems, we have water leaks. If we could have a person on staff, bless you, we'd probably save a lot of money by having folks regularly go out.
Absolutely. We'd love to have a building maintenance guy that can focus strictly on that rather than me have to pull my parts guy, to be honest.
Right.
Who usually does it is what he's doing.
But this is something that we had requested specifically, but I don't, unless I missed a meeting, I don't recall that ever being brought back to us for us to approve.
We took it out to bid for a company to do it.
Yeah.
And we didn't get any bids.
Right. And then after that, we had asked, what could we do to bring somebody in on board to do that for us?
And that was the attempt in this budget, is to fund that position. But
So that's for a special request, that's their number one request. If you go to page 71, is a
Right.
full-time
But I'm saying
building
that we
maintenance.
asked for this a long time ago, and I
Yeah.
don't think it was ever brought to us how we could try to work that into our budget.
No, that's, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, I think what Randy's trying to tell you is that's incorrect. So what we did is we did an RFP for building maintenance services. I think
Yes.
we got 2 responses, and both of the responses we didn't feel could meet our needs.
Right.
We heard your feedback regarding the staff position. This would be sort of a coordinator type role. So what we have to do now, and you'll recall throughout this year, we've had a number of building maintenance concerns.
Yes.
Roof repairs, AC repairs. I look forward to going to the rec center next week to see the new paint and ceiling things. So the position, again, as we've stated previously, is no new budgeted positions this year. The intent is to come back to you at some point in the future, so that's mid-year at some time, and add this position, a new budgeted position. But in the meantime, we did try to do an RFP for building services. We just didn't get a good response. So what that leaves us with is to do as we do now, which is kind of on a project-by-project basis, receive quotes, whether that's electrical or AC or I think rec. They receive quotes for the repairs that have been done.
I guess I'm not making my question clear, but I'm thinking rather than having to contract these services out for somebody else to come in and repair all the time, if we could have somebody in-house, that would
So-
save us a considerable amount of money, I would think.
Yeah, so there's no way, if we get a building maintenance manager, it could be reasonably expected that this person could do all the repairs. They would just coordinate those repairs and be the lead person. Is that correct?
Well, yes, the bigger things like such as the AC stuff, they would have to obviously contract that out. Minor stuff, light bulb replacement, the walking through the buildings and taking care of general maintenance issues, that person should be able to do that. So
I mean, we got 11 buildings, right? 11 facilities. And,
Soon to have 2 more.
yeah, soon to have 2 more. You need somebody, and I agree, that, I think that's why it's the number 1 on your list, is you need someone to keep track of all of this and understand preventive maintenance, because none person like the rec center, I'll throw Vicki out there. I mean, she's running the rec center. And while she may have all good intentions of, oh, I gotta remember in the springtime to get the HVAC's things cleaned out and stuff, you know, she's got 10 other things that's her primary job. And that's why you need this, is somebody to go through and say, hey, it's springtime, we've got, shoot, I don't know how many different HVACs. We need to bring somebody in to make sure all these HVAC units are up and going, and vice versa. Even, I was over there, me and Paul was over there just last week looking at the floor, because the floor's on here. It's an expensive thing, $110,000, $120,000. And our first question is, well, do you need a floor? Well, I won't answer whether we need or not. I'll just say, if you think we don't need one, go over there and step on it. But as we're there, she's talking about all the things you're doing, and I remember looking up and there was a water spot over here to the left, and I'm like, oh, if we're gonna put the bottom floor, if we're gonna redo this side, have we made sure that that water leak still isn't leaking? Because the last thing we want to do. Now, again, somebody's late, would do that, but if you had a building maintenance guy who see that, that would be part of his job, right? Going through and saying, oh, there's a water leak, write that down, make sure it gets fixed. That's why you want them so bad, because you're overextended. So, yeah,
I agree.
I think.
You need to prioritize the task before you fix this problem. You may need to fix something else.
That's right.
Do
And
you have anybody that would like to move up into a position like that? Nobody?
the,
Because I think we really need one.
yeah. Oh, yeah, I think everybody, evidently he agrees it's the number one thing on his list. But, and we've all been in it. So for council, to me, it's really, is now we got, along with listening to the directors, our part of our decision is, do we, next year when it comes through, say midterm, when we get funds to bring in another resource, do we bring in first one, the building maintenance person, or do we give the fire department first their admin? That's the decision we have to make.
Or the police.
Yeah, or the police. So that's the hard decision we kind of have to make and give direction is A, B, or C.
It is, but I mean, here, looking at this, you know, this is, like I said, this is something that the council has requested for a long time. You know, and, I mean, we're talking about moving furniture. I know Vicki over at the Recreation Center, she and her team are moving tables and chairs all the time, and that takes them away from their duties at the desk. You know, a lot of the tasks that you have listed here, I can do myself, you know, but,
So this comes out of the operation budget, right?
Yes, sir.
So it, to me, just from a man, is if we wanted to fund that this year, then we have to find something else in the operation budget equal to or better than the same dollar amount to remove from the operation budget.
and again, nothing against any other departments.
Yeah.
But this helps maintain the facilities that we have, and that, in the long run, saves us a lot of money. And
Well, this cuts across to all departments.
Right.
While the person reports to the Public Works Department, it literally cuts across to all departments and will save time and headache.
And
Yeah.
like I said, this is something that we'd asked for, and I really wish that, you know, we could find a way to put this into our budget.
You might knock down the building maintenance and repairs if we had it before it got too bad.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Exactly.
Yes.
One item Randy had discussed, this was mentioned as a concern for the council. So as we've stated, and we'll await your final decision, the building maintenance position is very important, but again, we're not recommending any new budget positions in lieu of the salaries, which we'll discuss later. The building maintenance van, should we add a position in the future, this person needs a panel van to carry tools and equipment, that sort of thing. Randy recommended that if we delay the position, defer it to a future date, mid-year or next year, whatever that may be, that we use the $80,000 one time to do landscaping at facilities. This is something you've probably noted. It's been some time, I think at the rec center, the tree canopy with many of the trees kind of prevents growth, that sort of thing. So $80,000 potentially could be used for a landscaping contract to freshen things up at city facilities. Did I miss anything, Randy? Is that, yeah?
I will state that, again, we got 11 facilities, and I'm a strong opponent of getting that type of contract along equal to, separate than our mowing contract. And if you go to everyone, if you go to the police department, and you look around the flower beds, our employees that's in public, they do the best they can at keeping up. But unfortunately, like I've heard you all say, we do it as we can. And the problem is they just don't have the time to focus on that. And so, you know, kind of like, again, in the springtime, if you see people who, other companies who are, subcontract this out, they come in the springtime, they clean up the flower beds, they put some mulch down, they throw some flowers. In the fall, they get them ready for winter so that we don't lose our shrubs over winter. In some places, where they put pansies up, because, you know, pansies last in the winter. And it just adds that niceness. If you go to every one of our buildings and you look at our flower beds, man, they're in rough shape. And not even that. It seems like every year I've been on council, we spent money on other flower beds in other places, and then we either spend our citizens spend money, like the one down Saginaw, Maine, and then over a period of, it looks beautiful when you first put it, and then over 2 or 3 years, it falls in disarray. So I really believe we need that contract. And if it's not in this budget, then it has to be in a pretty, you know, it has to be pretty short order.
But we also have our beautification committee to support that as well.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if I read their bylaws, part of their responsibility is to go around and look at the different buildings and see what needs to be done
I
for
mean,
landscaping.
I agree, and I'll be so bold to say we shouldn't put another flower bed in until we can take care of what we got.
Absolutely. One of the other things that,
Yeah.
and the other thing we could do is coordinate with the Scouts, because the Boy Scouts have their Eagle projects, the Girl Scouts have their bronze, silver, and gold projects that they need to do, and contributing to something like this would be a great project for them.
Yeah, and the thing about it is
So we can reach out to the community.
a lot of these specialty groups want to come in and they want to put in a new flower bed somewhere. Before we allow them to do that, we need to evaluate, okay, you're gonna put this flower bed in, you're gonna spend the money to put it in, but that's a one-time cost. They're not going to keep that up over and over. That gets handed over to the city, and then for however long the life expectancy of that flower bed, we have to do a recurring cost to keep it up. So we need to be a little bit stricter on things like that too.
Well, they're doing a pretty decent job with the community garden.
Yeah.
They're out there every day trying to water.
Cool. So I don't know where we're going with this, but,
Well, we're just looking at ways to, take care of some of our tasks and still get, the folks
yeah.
that we need.
No, I agree. What I meant, I don't know what we're doing with that. Are we saying that we want to try to move that also up into this year's budget?
I think we could save money by having a full-time maintenance person on board to go around and check things out. This is just me speaking, my personal opinion, so we can be proactive instead of reactive to problems that we have with the facilities here in the city.
Okay. Agree.
Mary?
I just wanted to remind everyone that the council as a whole has agreed to the concept of putting all the funds into the salaries to bring us up to speed and not to add any new positions at this time. And we have agreed with that concept on numerous occasions
Well, let's
for
be
this
through.
year's budget.
I see nothing wrong, and I think it is good practice to evaluate these things and talk about them. And if there is something that we can move off the budget that's equal to or greater than a value, to put something on that's of greater value, I think that's worth talking about.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah.
Just one comment to throw in the decision-making is, there are ordinance for landscape maintenance, right? We impose that on homeowners, every property in the city, so it behooves the city to make sure we're taking care of what we have. Now, that's for discussion to say if we're taking care of it appropriately, but we have ordinance to keep that maintained. If the city's failing to do that in people's opinions, then we need to step that up and address it somehow.
Well, and I don't go in the men's bathroom at the rec center, but like I said, and Keith, maybe you could answer this for me, but.
I have used it, yes.
But I've heard that there was a leak for an extremely long time in the shower, in one of the shower stalls. So, I mean, again, I didn't go in there and check it out myself. I just relied on a couple of citizens that made that complaint to me. So, again, if we had a maintenance person, they should be able to take care of that quickly, because water dripping on that tile could break up the grout and cause additional problems, and I'm trying to stop problems.
So there's two parts to that. One is, I'm assuming what happens, let's make an assumption, that if, let's say the library, I'll pick on the library at the time, you all have a leaky faucet, you log a facilities work request to have that fixed. And then facilities then does that just like they would any other citizen thing. It gets put into your schedule, and then you go fix it, right? So there is a little bit, if there is a leaky faucet, or anything like that, we shouldn't sit there and wait on facilities or public works to go find it. As soon as we see it, we should be logging a ticket to let them know, hey, there's a problem over here. I'm assuming that's happening, right? And you guys use the same work ticket, the same work structure that we use for our citizens, right? Yeah. Is that being, are we all utilizing that? Yeah. Yeah, and I agree with you, by the way.
Well, I'm just saying, I've heard complaints that these things, are problems for considerable amount of time. Sometimes 2 or 3 months, and that can create additional problems. So again, I have to trust the word of those who enter the.
Right, and my immediate answer back to that, well, you seen it was leaking, not the citizens so much as the people who's in the building every day. It's their building.
It is.
And so why didn't, if there's, whatever it is, a piece of carpet coming apart, did you all log a facilities work request? Did you, per the official process, did you let Public Works know that, there's.
And I asked the citizen if, they'd reported to staff, and they said yes, but, also
Yeah.
they have things to do, so things do get overlooked.
Yeah. Well, if it's getting overlooked, then we need to then have a conversation with the facilities work, because we just paid a lot of money to get a new ticketing system. And, that new ticket system, there shouldn't be anything overlooked. It should be setting flags and things of, hey, why haven't you fixed this in so many days? I can't remember off the top of my head, but I do remember when that ticketing system came before us, we were very critical on how long would it take for us to work a ticket through the system? One, for it to get signed out, and then 2, for the work to get done. So if we think that that's broken, then we need to ask Public Works to
I don't know.
give us the data and show us.
Is that the exact same system that the citizens use? Okay. That's what I thought you said. I just wanted to double check. So the citizens can also
Yeah, it's the
submit
exact
that as
same
well,
system, it's
so.
the exact same
Okay,
system.
we've got this noted, let's move
Yeah.
on, and we'll go back, circle
Good.
back to it after.
Yeah.
Anything else on public services?
So just in public services, that we had 2 things of maintenance and that, and we had talked about, at the end, we'll go back and look at pushing the van down and moving the maintenance, or not the landscaping contract up, right? Cool.
Everybody good? Parks?
Is that where the fancy lawnmower is in the parks? I can't remember. Drainage, okay. Well, I'll just ask since I already did. So, do we get to play with that thing?
Absolutely. It's very cool.
Oh, this is not just any lawnmower, yeah.
I have a question on the fence repair and the fence slats. Are they going to rework the fencing? Because right now, the way it sits is the bleachers have a fence between, are they going to put the slats between the bleachers and
No.
in the field, or where are the slats going?
The slats will go out on the out, we had the tarp type windbreaks out on the fence in the outfield.
Yes.
So the problem we run into with those, the school's the same way, they catch a lot of wind. And so when that ground down there stays saturated, as y'all well know, because it's in a floodplain, so when those tarps catch, they start to give. The slats allowing the schools went with these two, that's who gave us the idea, is you put these slats through it, it does what it's supposed to do, but it lets the wind pass through, see?
And those, we're putting slats in the fence to keep the ball from rolling through, is that what it is? Why are we putting slats in?
It's to keep the winds and stuff from affecting the play of the ball out in the outfields on windy days.
There's shelters?
It's like the same thing with the tennis courts. We do them down at the tennis courts as well.
Oh, okay. I don't know nothing about baseball, that's on my wheelhouse. I was sitting here trying to figure out how, I'm thinking, you hit a baseball and it goes way up in the air, how's this little 8-foot fence going to
You
stop the
translate it to
wind?
hog traps.
I can add to that, if you think about, think baseball, have you ever watched a baseball game, the outfield fence,
Yeah.
especially right behind home plate, and the outfield is green, and it's a site differential to offset when the ball's coming, so you can see the ball coming. It works as a windscreen for the field, but it also gives a background where the ball doesn't blend into whatever's back behind it, and the batter can see it better. That's the other
okay.
reason.
Anything else on parks?
Is there any way we could get these sports groups to help, since this is for their benefit, to help pay for these slats? I mean, they use our parks and things for free, right?
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said, is there any way that we could get these softball organizations to help pay for these by, charging them fees to use these fields for these types of upgrades?
Well, we don't have organizations using it. The only field that we have is the one adult softball field, and it's only used by our adult softball league. We charge a fee for an individual team. It's not an organization, but an individual team. Like Randy may have a team, I don't know, we charge, I don't remember the fee, like $300 to play in that league, and that covers the cost of awards, it covers the cost of umpires and scorekeepers and such.
Okay, so that,
Any maintenance has always been taken care of
So they
by
do
the
it.
city.
if this is a baseball field and we're fixing to spend $54,000, how often is that thing used for baseball?
Well, not baseball, it's just adult softball. We have
Okay, softball.
leagues. Usually right now, we're running about two nights a week. One of our detractors of our field is that our field is in a floodplain, and from the infield to the outfield slopes down significantly. Many teams want to go where it's a nicer facility, where level outfield, and they go where the quality of the facility is, and they want to play in a better quality facility. So we have a harder time getting teams to come in.
Is it struck down for a reason,
It slopes down because it's in a floodplain. We've in years past, it's probably been 10 years or more, we wanted to try and level it out, and the Corps of Engineers said, no, because it'll affect the flow of water downstream. So it's not like this, but it's a pretty, you can.
With these slats, are we gonna have an issue with when the creek overflows? Because I know it catches the mesh stuff that we have there now, and I think that's what pulls the fence over and moves it all over the place.
That's another good thing with the slats. It lets more water will be able to travel through that fence. We're gonna stop it just a little bit short on the bottom of the slats, rather than have to pull that tarp all the way down like you do to secure it on the bottom.
Well, I can see the value added for the fence, just because of the slope and not wanting to get your softball soaked. But is the slat something that we could put off for another year? Again, trying to look at some cost
The
savings here.
concern of the Community Services Department, which runs the leagues, is the quality of the fields. The outfield fence does not affect, other than, it's visual, but it's also a safety for the batter. But yeah, if you put that off another year, that's fine. The quality of the infield and the outfield is our concern in the facility.
So does this improve the quality of the infield and outfield?
Do the slats
Yeah.
improve the quality? It does for the batter, but the priority would be the quality of the infield surface, playing surface, and then also the outfield, the grass part. Obviously, fences that are standing upright, which we have.
This doesn't affect that, right?
The slats?
Yeah,
No.
Okay.
It's more of a batter safety and kind of a windscreen, but if you went another year without it, it's fine. Not all facilities have those windscreen slats, in different cities, but they do have good quality fencing, outfield grass, and an infield surface.
Mayor Pro
It's an enhancement.
Yeah.
I know a guy, I'm not going to reveal his name, but he's state champion at Boswell and is also a baseball coach. Can you comment on the necessity, maybe put you on the spot, Mr. Kersey, about fencing?
Well, yeah, I mean, it is a safety feature for the fielders and hitter as well, throws from the outfield, so it's caught batters actually in the game of baseball, so it is very important.
So I have a question, it might be a dumb question. How far down are those posts in the ground? I know it's a floodplain, and I know they're gonna move anyway, but how far down are they in the?
If I recall, of course, that thing was put in many, many years ago, but we've had to fix some of those posts down there in the past, and we put them down 3 foot.
3 foot? Well, because, I'm just saying, because my husband built a fence for somebody, and he put them down 4 foot because their fence is in a wind shear that goes, that
So
goes across there, so.
We went down 3 foot, we hit rock, and then they put some kickers on those ones that we couldn't get any deeper. There's a rock ledge right down there along that creek bank.
Oh, I know Saginaw's on a rock ledge, but I was just curious.
That's the reason why you see angled posts behind those line posts.
Yes,
is
I was-
Support.
I'm just asking a question.
That's okay.
So Paul, let's just add that to
It's
the
on the
list
list.
of things.
Let's
Okay.
move on. Anything else on parks?
I just want to mention that those are both one-time costs, right? So it wouldn't replace something that you want to add that's an ongoing cost.
Yeah, we all need to keep that in mind is when we put them on here, it's either going to be operating expense or cap, OpEx or CapEx. Yeah.
Community services? I think so.
One thing I have noticed across each department's budgets is like the utilities vary for the increase from like 19 to 119%. Janitorial services is also another thing that varies dramatically between departments. Some, like, recreation is 21% in increase. I mean, why isn't that more?
Water usage and community service is the largest factor there.
Okay. But it's still the same amount of space that they're maintaining and
Well,
cleaning and,
According to the meter, they used more water this year. I mean, I guess possibly because of getting ready or maybe the amount of days they've been open. I can't explain that part of it, but I can tell you that that's what the increase is based on.
do we use the same service to clean all of these facilities?
Yes, ma'am, same contract. Citywide, it's about $120,000, and it's split out among the departments based on the square footage of the facilities.
And the city purchases all of its cleaning supplies that these these companies use?
No, they purchase their own. We have some cleaning supplies that we use just for that our staff uses just to clean and sanitize, but the janitorial supplies are required by the janitorial company.
Okay. And then looking at the senior citizen supplies, and I'm okay with that, but the question, the money that's donated through the water bill for the senior citizens, is that applied to this particular line item? Or where is that money go to?
That goes in the donations fund.
And what is that money used for?
It's used for whatever supplies Christie feels she needs to spend that money on.
In addition to this line item here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And there is an increase in that line item based on the estimation of opening the new facility.
Right.
Adding
3
10,000
months.
square feet
3 months' worth.
facility. Yeah.
So that will need to increase next year. That's one of the ongoing costs that we know we'll have to accommodate next year.
On page 84, just want to ask, so I did ask a question earlier to y'all and got a reply back. It maybe they already did, but it seemed like a lot of departments was using printers, and some of the departments had a lease agreement, and some of the departments didn't. And it seemed like to me that we probably should look at that and see if we can roll it all underneath one lease agreement, like through Lanier or whoever, to see if we could get a better deal.
I know we looked at that the last time we entered into an agreement at City Hall, and I guess the issue we ran into is just that we were committed and the leases were up at different times, so we never pursued it any further.
Okay. Yeah, on page 85, also too, just to read through, I also sent that in, and I got a thing back. I know that we've had a continuous issue or complaints about the community center being, it gets used a lot, so it gets dirty. And I know that we have general cleaning, and I know that me and Paul, facilities, Reinhardt went over there a couple weeks ago and looked at it, and we had talked about maybe, since it is used so hard and they have parties and stuff in there, maybe we need to, on a periodic basis, have a deep cleaning, because, it is a public facility. And I think the quote I got back was somewhere's between, it's pretty wide, somewhere's to have a deep cleaning done would be somewhere's between, it was 250 to like 4,000 or 400 per time. If you did it every week, that means that'd be between $13,000 and $24,000. But
Councilmember Lawson, I do have an update from that. What the number that I gave Lee was, I was asking for it by a certain date, and that was the guesstimate that they thought it would be. And I actually got, last night, I noticed I got an email. So the one time per week is down to 185 per service. So it's down from the 2, whatever it was. And then the one time per month, deep cleaning is 338.
okay, so to get them to come in, one time a week.
So let's say, for example, every Wednesday.
Yeah.
It would be 130 or 185 each week.
Each week.
Or if they come in one Wednesday a month, it would be 338 total for that month.
Okay.
So do our janitorial services at the community center, are they also supposed to mop the floors and stuff like
Yes.
that? Okay, because the last couple times I've been there, there's a lot of stains on the floors. It looked like they've not been cleaned up in a while.
Okay, I'll address that with them. We can only, it's not a facility, it does have a phone, but it hasn't been operated in about 20 years when Joyce and I used to be office there. And it's not, so the facility's not manned every day. We have classes in it every day. And sometimes when a class comes in on a Wednesday, we don't You know, I can't qualify the cleaning that happens there. You know, after weekends, we have our staff go through, or our rental attendants go through and check off and make sure that they did the appropriate cleaning. Then Monday morning, Public Works comes in there with their staff, and they check it again. So we have two different departments they're checking. But if there's an issue, we just need to know about it, and we'll address it with the cleaning company.
Do you have cameras down there too?
We do not have cameras down there. I'm not even sure. I think there's still dial-up internet service. I'm kidding, but actually that's probably true. But no, we don't have cameras down there.
Okay.
Yeah, we did get an AED there recently, so thank y'all for that.
Well, as I'm saying, we need to, I think we at least need to consider having that added to our cleaning, is to have, because we've had, since I've been here, we've had habitual complaints about that particular facility. So now, whether it's done once a week or once every other week or once a month, I'll leave that to you. And to me, that gets driven on, you know, how dirty it gets and stuff.
I think if it was done every Wednesday night, I think it would eliminate the problem.
You think the weekly would be better? Okay.
So are we, I mean, we can talk about this again at the end, but are we kind of in general agreement that that needs to be added for? Okay. So that's right there, we'll make sure that at the end we loop back around and everybody still agrees.
And I do have a question on page 87. I don't know how much a Connex box costs or anything, but until, that they need a storage building or whatever, could we not get a Connex box to put all your storage in? It would be bigger than a,
Could we not get a,
pardon me? All the storage that you want, you said, it says here, purchase a storage building to provide equipment for the rec center. Could you not get, I think a Connex box would be safer and everything, and nowadays with people
we're
breaking and stuff.
to allow us to have storage for the facility, to allow us to be code compliant, we're currently renting a pod, which is out in the parking lot. But that's more or less a Band-Aid or temporary solution until we're able to get a permanent. We've got to have those electrical rooms, and Larry's in the room and can concur with this, that we've got to have it code compliant, and where things are not blocking electrical. You know, we just added a humongous electrical addition to the room because of the generator and the ATS switch. And we've lost storage because the senior center's taking up our two biggest rooms and two of our big closets.
That's why I
So
said,
we
could
have
we not
no-
do that
we have zero
temporarily?
space.
So you couldn't use one temporarily till you get,
I think what he's saying is they've already got one.
We've got
Oh, they already
one of
got
those
one temporary.
big
Okay, I
pods,
missed
yeah.
that. I'm sorry.
We're just looking at, to make us a more permanent solution, that we're not renting a pod every month.
Okay.
That's why the,
okay.
and that fee of the 10,000 includes the concrete pad also.
Okay.
So, just so we're making sure that we're following rules, what is if a citizen comes in and they need to put like a pod or something on their property to store stuff temporarily, do remodeling, what does the city allow?
Typically, it's for 90 days.
90 days.
They can ask for
There you go. That's how long, how long you had that pod there?
At least a month. It was right after the generator was
You got 60 more
installed.
days and you'll start getting tickets.
Yep. Larry's got the clock running on us.
I got you, okay. I got you.
Yeah, I think the Connex boxes are running probably about $6,000 right now, and by the time you put a concrete slab to support it, it's gonna be over that.
I didn't know if it could just, yeah.
It's a good question, though. It's good.
Bless
Anything
you.
else on community services? Library.
Again, here's one where the contract janitorial services went up 238% compared to, 21%. Those are huge differences.
That's based on 3 months of the new facility being open. That's
3 months, man, I can't imagine what it's gonna cost to maintain that thing for a year.
That'll be our largest facility in the city at 30,000 square feet.
Yeah.
But it's two facilities too. Also too, this is a citywide contract, and then what you do is you divide out the cost amongst our 11 buildings by square foot.
So just the addition of the new building for 12 months will be $10,575.
That's library and seniors?
Yes, sir. And next year, we'll make the senior center its own cost center, but just for ease this year, it's the full amount of the contract I put in the library budget.
And on page 93, what is an incentive, a city incentive party?
The what?
Page 93? City incentive party.
Those are our quarterly meetings. Each department takes a turn hosting those, and so that's the cost for that.
Okay, I didn't see that in any other.
They may have it in a different category or something like that.
Okay.
We just have ours split out. We just buy snacks. I mean, that's all that's for.
I do have one question. Why do people that work in the library have to have a physical? Just out of curiosity.
Employment.
There's line items in the various departments for physicals, and it's new hires. It's not existing employees aren't not required to have physicals, other than police and fire. I know fire department does.
Well, I can see fire because they're real active, but library, I mean, we don't have to jump up or any, you know what I mean? I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question, you know?
No, ma'am, it's for new hires, and they have seasonal and part-time employees that turn over more, so they've got a line item there for that.
Just curious.
That's also, drug screening is part of those physical process, and that's every employee.
Okay.
And I guarantee you, the library and physicals are a lot less expensive than the fire department.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure. Well, I know kids have to have it for athletics, and I know some jobs have to have it, firemen, policemen, but I was like, oh, librarians? I mean, I know y'all are very busy, but, you know. I just wondered if you were exercising or something there while you were looking.
Pretty stretchy before you put
Yeah.
this away.
You have to be able to
That'll be
carry
for the
100
3
books in
months
one
when
arm or
the senior
something.
We do
citizen.
have requirements in our job descriptions for being able to lift certain quantities and push carts and things like that. So they test for that in the physical as well as drug screening.
Okay, just curious.
Anything else on the library?
I think Nick said something.
No, I was just gonna say some drug that they, one of the part of the physicals to chase some little 2-year-old down.
There you go. I do that every day. I gotcha.
All right, inspections, code enforcement?
Again, I have to take my hat off to code enforcement. You guys don't have any maintenance and repairs. We need you to provide that position. There's nothing budgeted for it.
A contract with the homeless? Get residency underneath?
And again, they have a high dollar for training and travel. I know that's important to your job, but is there any of this training that you guys can do online?
There are some training, it's getting better. We've been limited for years, but it is getting better. We're starting to get
So anytime we see any savings for any of these line items, do you guys, I mean, can y'all report that back to us? Maybe in the weekly report or something?
I would say it would have to come from the departments. We're not going to know in admin and where the savings are as far as which classes they're going to have savings in. I know for admin, if I've got savings in a conference or something, then we will take advantage of that savings and do additional training, because there's always a need for more training.
Well, not just training, but anything that we do. I mean, we proudly told the citizens that we saved, was it $1.2 million on the fire station or something like that at one point in time?
I know the fire department, the philosophy, and I'm sure the other directors do, we are very frugal with the citizens' tax dollars, so.
Yes, you are.
The budget that you see before you reflects what the minimum is to make us operate, right? And we move funds around as the need shifts. If we have something break down, we're gonna take it from something else to try to cover that and not come ask you for the funds. That's our general method of operating.
Anything on our code enforcement? Animal services? It's gonna be at 10 o'clock. 10 more minutes.
I noticed there was a pretty significant jump in officer equipment. Is that from bringing on the animal control officer last year, or?
That's the Axon contract for the animal control officer's body cam.
Do they use the same as the police do? Does that get rolled in where we get a benefit where you guys have to buy more? Because I'm assuming animal control, they only have 2 officers, so the animal control probably only has 2 of those?
So they have their own contract, but it is a shared contract with us, so they got the same pricing as what we
Oh,
got
same
for
price, what
cameras.
I'm looking for, okay.
Ultimately, we see their stuff, they can't see ours, so to
Right.
speak. So,
Makes sense.
different requirements for release of that information to public records requests. So had to kind of maintain a separate system for them as opposed to us.
So there was a couple on here as I was going through these special requests, and it happened in a few of them. I sent like, fun enough, and it seemed like a lot of them, like the dishwasher, the hose reel, when the response I got back was they were covered under this year's budget? Okay.
Yes, we have received some quotes on the dishwasher, and we're going to buy that out of this year's funds along with those hose reels that were requested.
So actually, item 5, 4, and 5 on page 109 can be stricken then. Okay, gotcha, appreciate it.
And if we're going to invest $8,000 in a dishwasher, if we decide to build or a new animal shelter, is this something that could be transferred
Yes, it can be transferred.
to the new building? I mean, I just hate to, scrap a $8,000 dishwasher.
No, there's things like that, and we recently replaced the washing machine also, and all those things can be transferred over.
Okay.
So, and that brings me to my next question on page 9. We got these, and we got the animal shelter. And I know last year they entered in, brought the company in to do the assessment of what a shelter would look like, things like that. But realistically, we're probably looking at before, even if we started, and even if we got a bond, we're probably looking 5 years before you could move into one, unless we really hunkered down and put it as high priority and all that, which probably gonna, so you're probably looking at 5 years out, right?
Yeah, it could be 3 to 5 years, depending on how quickly
Right. Yeah,
everything's
so
done.
and I did send some questions in about some of the things, because I'm very interested in, because I know that they're stressed. I see on things where they, I think they call them red notices, where they're just maxed out of, increase in the things, and also to the quality of life of the animal while it's underneath our care. And two of the things that I'd heard from other people and things was, one, come up with a place where, one, the animals can be outside more, even in inclement weather. And then two is, to me, would be a cost savings in resource hours is, and I don't know what it costs, is to do something to the cages inside to where it don't take 45 minutes to an hour to clean each cage. And even though the life expectancy of our shelter is 5 years, say, 3 to 5 years, I would be very interested in what it would cost to implement these things to see their ROI. Because if you can say, okay, we can make these changes to the inside cages, and we can take it taking 45 minutes to an hour to clean per cage down to, say, 15 minutes, because that's what I've heard these new things, 15 minutes. That's a huge savings in resources hours. And to me, that would be what they call a positive PI, a positive profitability index. And I'd very much like to see that and entertain that. And just the thing is and I know we are, and I just want to say this anyway, the thing is, this building, we could be in this building up to 5 years plus, and we still have to continue to maintain it to a certain level. And we also have to take into consideration, again, the quality of life of the animals while they're in our care. That's all I'll say, but I had a couple things there. There's two things that I would, whether it gets into this budget this year or not, I don't know, but I would very much like to know what the cost is.
$10.
Where's that jar? Does it make sense?
Yes, yeah.
So you could get that for us? Can you?
Yeah, we can take a look at redoing the kennels. I will say, and we already, in the last couple of years, we have replaced 2 air conditioning units, replaced several walls. I think it's 16 dividing doors in the kennels. Several of the walls of the kennels, all that stuff was deteriorated, and we're actually becoming health issues for the animals. So all that's been replaced in the last couple of years, as well as, like I say, the dishwasher or the clothes washer. We've looked into shading on the rec yard. There's several issues with the animal rec yard that would be very expensive, and it'd be something that, we would not be able to take with us for the most part, in terms of replacing the turf, the ground, the turf. There's some drainage issues across that. Anyway, it's somewhat complicated and expensive to really do it the way it should be done to fix it. But
To do it the way it should be, do it the way it should be done perfectly if we was keeping it a long time, and there's it's going to last 5 years. And that's what I'm going to.
That's the one you need to look at.
I remember the police departments putting awnings to protect their cars. Was it, what about $17,000? Is that right?
Our units, they're about $4,500 per space.
$4,500
Per space.
per space? So what's the total cost? Put you on the spot there. Well, anyway, but you see what I'm thinking, and so, the drainage, we can go in there, put a, kind of like a French drain to wrap around, pour 4 inches of concrete on it. Again, we don't have to do it perfect. We can do it with the understanding that we need it to last 5-7 years. That's what I'm saying. Again, the good enough.
we had some quotes for some artificial turf, but they're 2 or 3 years old. We can upgrade those.
Yeah.
We also had we got some quotes for shading.
Yeah.
Which was somewhere between, I think, $48,000 to $62,000, depending on how you did it. We actually had recently got some donations of some material that may be able to be used for shading temporarily that would probably last, or, you know, I'd guess a year or two. We're just trying to kind of figure out the best way to put that up where it's structured properly. And then also I think you'd ask about the transfer switch and electrical upgrade. So the transfer switch we could put in there, it could be movable. Whether it would be cost effective to move it to a new facility, I'm not sure, but we are repurposing the old fire station generator and putting it on a trailer so that it's portable, not only to the animal shelter, but any other facility or area that we might need an emergency generator for. So all of those things we can get done and still make use of them long-term.
Appreciate it. Anything else on the animal shelter?
Yeah, I noticed, so on page 109, the replaced animal services vehicle is at 88,780. And then on page 110, it's listed at 95,000. Which one is it?
It's the amount that's in the budget, the page 109, the 5-year plan. They submit their 5-year plan, and then as we go through the budget meetings, we make sure that we get really good estimates.
Okay,
And so that was just changed and not changed on the 5-year plan.
okay, thank you.
All right, I got 10:01. Had some requests for a recess, so let's recess till 10:10 and come back. started.
This is a have-to thing.
Councilmember Copeland may be a few minutes late, but she said to go ahead and start without her. We will.
Do what?
Mary's, she had one on.
Oh.
Fleet.
Oh, excuse me.
Again, it's the same questions about training and travel, you know, if there's anything that we can do to, I know they need their certifications and things, but, you know, if we can try to recut those costs some way by doing online training.
I know.
Mayor Pro Tem, I said, might just defer to the fire chief if we could. We do a lot of repairs. Fleet does a lot of repairs specific to fire apparatus, if you want to comment on that.
They do a lot of repairs, and most of the manufacturers, and the primary manufacturer of our fire trucks offers a lot of training, and they travel around the country to do that. It's pretty expensive, but the only way to get that training is directly from them, and that covers a portion of this. Obviously, fire truck technology is changing all the time, and the components change, so a big part of that is to address that.
And I was just going to comment on that as well. I know I'm familiar with the emergency vehicle technicians certifications. They actually have to go to the classes and take the tests off-site in order to get the certifications.
On page 115, I had asked a question on that, it came back. We have already bought the post lift and the replacement compressor, so that wouldn't, right? That wouldn't be.
Actually, let me brag on Jeff a little bit. He's really thrifty, and he actually made repairs to both of them, so we did not have to replace them.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah.
All right.
But that was accomplished in the current year, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Anything else on fleet? Economic development?
In 1118, I did see a reply back, and it seems like we did make some adjustments to all the dues and subscriptions. Do we have a new number for that now?
Would be a savings of $450.
450. They were able to shave $450 off that for dues and subscriptions. Can you tell me, because I don't know, maybe everybody else here, what is a ZAC tax?
We subscribe to a sales tax analysis software, so I know quite well. Two of the principals created as a side project, local government-focused sales tax analysis.
Okay.
So when we get our sales tax information, it's confidential. This comes to us every month, and what ZAC Tax subscription does is break that data up.
Okay, good.
It's pretty impressive and very useful for many, both projections, kind of on a sector basis. I think when we talk about economic development incentives, we can have a ballpark idea of what certain businesses that are sales tax generating can produce.
Good. thanks. I knew that probably ZAC was an acronym for something, but I don't have the.
Yeah, I think if you check it out, I think it's zactax.com, and I think they're playing off Zacchaeus, the tax collector.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Anybody, anything else on economic development? Information technology.
So this was another one on page 126, the Office 360. We already got that in our budget for this year, right?
It's a line item.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't see it in special requests because it's an ongoing expense, so it was moved up to account 4305.
Yeah. So it shouldn't be as a special request?
Well, yes, sir, it was requested as a special request, but I'm saying it's going to be funded in an operating line item and
Okay.
not in a capital line item, not in the 7,000 account.
Oh, okay.
So it is added for the fiscal year 24-25.
Okay, got you, because I had it marked as not funded, and then the response I got back was it was funded, and I'm like, oh, so if it's already funded, it's already covered. this
Yes,
year.
sir, you just don't see it in the 7,000 where a lot of the special requests are funded, because normally they're one time, and that's how we can
Yeah.
keep track of it from year to year. It's not going to automatically get rolled over as part of the operating budget.
Okay, cool, great, glad to see that.
On the firewall, when does our current agreement expire?
Year to year right now, so.
Okay.
Meraki will be 5 years out. That was 5 years instead of just year to year right now.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Greg, did you have anything you wanted to say, or? Saw you standing there, so I want to make sure. Okay. Anybody else? All right, emergency management. Go ahead, Valerie.
On the employees' health, you've got 11,722% on your employee health. Is that?
That's because we don't know who this new employee will be, and the former employee did not require city-funded health insurance. She had a separate insurance the city didn't have to pay for. So we're just assuming that the new employee, whoever that is, will need to provide health insurance for.
Okay, thank you.
This was 28.
I have one more question. On the outdoor warning repairs, is that adding the new sirens and stuff too, or is it just the ones that we had?
I'm sorry, say that again?
On the outdoor warning sign repairs? It went up 444%, so was that just repairing them, or was that adding some to it, or?
That's adding a
one
maintenance
we had.
agreement from our vendor for them to come out throughout the year to make sure they are being maintained, opening the cabinets and doing tests on themselves. They're becoming more expensive and technology more demanding.
Right.
So that's just a maintenance agreement for them.
Okay.
Is what that is. We've been doing that on our own, but I'm not sure the next emergency management coordinator will be able to go out and actually open the cabinets and do that kind of stuff. So that's what the maintenance agreement is for.
Okay. Gotcha.
So just so that there's a little confusion in the fire department thing, because it had a line item for this, but it had 0, and that's because we pulled that out, and now it's in this.
Yeah, I think that's just to show the progression of where the employee was. So it was in the fire department before, to keep track of the accounts, and then it moved out, so 0 into the fire department, and it went to this new account.
And this isn't a new position for everybody, this is already a position, it
That's
just
there.
isn't filled. The person
That's correct.
resigned, and we need to get a new
That's correct.
That's kind of a concern that I have. We've had two really great people here, and seems like they get certified and trained at a lot of things, and then they disappear.
They do. It's a very competitive position. And the state has zapped up a lot of people because they've really expanded the Texas Department of Emergency Management. Therefore, they've taken a lot of employees. So I know a lot of cities have lost their people to the state. Since we implemented the position, we've done some salary increases because of that, so we're in much more competitive range. Depending on what the next applicant pool looks like, there may be a time when we come back and instead of starting them at the starting salary, we may have to up that and move them into certain steps to make sure we get somebody that meets our needs. We're hoping to find somebody that has some experience in it and already has some of the certifications that we had to go through on the previous two. That's the intent.
Since the state seems to be snagging up these people, how can the state help us out with this type of service? Or
Well,
is it even
anything that
possible?
tasks us beyond our abilities, the states who we refer to, and they do have resources that would rush in here and help us if we had a major disaster or something like that regarding management of an incident. There are resources, and a lot of them are stationed throughout the state. That's why they're really getting a lot of people instead of being maybe down in Austin or in a couple places throughout the state. They're strategically putting their assets, meaning people and resources, all throughout the state so they can respond a lot quicker.
Is this a position that would eventually disappear from our budget?
Not likely.
Not likely, okay.
There's always going to be a need for that position. The state is not meant to take over that role for municipal governments or county governments for that matter.
Anything else on emergency management? All right, communications.
I thought there were a couple of certifications that they wanted for this.
I have a,
138.
Oh, a special request, okay.
I have a question from a citizen also. Why are we spending $6,000 to certify a municipal information officer when they couldn't find any relevant certification information online except for public information officers in the police department?
Are you, the question is to the police
Okay.
department or?
They said, why are we spending almost $6,000 to certify a municipal information officer when they couldn't find any relevant certification information online except for public information officers in the police department?
So I'm assuming that question is towards the PIO training. Well, first of all, good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So right now, we do have two PIOs. That is the fire department and the police department, and those are the chiefs respectively. This department that I'm in right now, the communications department, is very new. We're about 2 years old, so we're getting to that maturity level where we're trying to establish more. And in case something does happen in the city and the two chiefs are too busy trying to do their work, somebody will have to step up for that. So that's what the PIO training was there. And that's one of the trainings that we're looking at. There's also some free ones that I looked at that I'm already going through right now. But I think training is better. But again, we serve the pleasure. So hopefully that answered your question.
So you did reply back, and there was questions asked, and I guess
did,
it was
yes.
you that replied back with that the communication certification, that is a TCC program, right?
That's a TCU program.
TCU
which
program,
it was-
three-year program?
Yeah, it was created by TAMIO, which is the Texas Association of
Yeah.
Municipal Information.
Yeah.
It's essentially the TCMA, but for communications folks. So they teamed up with TCU to create this program. It's been going on for maybe about half a decade. And with that, different cities have sent their communications departments
Yeah.
to that program.
It's a pretty rigorous program. I
It
read
is.
through it. It came late, so you may not have seen it, but, yeah. It's, you might want to, if you have it, I don't know if we could bring it up, but I was pretty, it's a pretty rigorous program there, but, yeah. I mean, the program itself is, it's rigorous. I know the key is do we need it or not. And then the other one is FBI through some.
Yeah, that's the LEDA certification for PIO. Essentially, the majority of the cost is the travel portion.
Yeah.
One of the courses is in Houston, so I could definitely live out of my car if you know, we need to save some cost there. But
I might just add to that just a little bit. There's a difference between a communications person and a PIO.
Right.
Considerable difference, actually, although oftentimes you see them intertwined with, like in our case, with the same individual or same people doing it. But the communications, that's something that we have wanted to do that has to do with like website upgrades and information that goes in and out of the city and within the city, intranet type communications, all of that sort of stuff is something that Pedro's been enhancing since he's been in his job. And it's interesting, I get bombarded weekly, at least, by consulting firms that would like to charge us anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000 to do our communications efforts for the city. So it's pretty complicated. It's something that is, it does take a lot of training to understand how to do all of that. And then, again, the PIO is something that, too, it takes a lot of training. I've been through several weeks of PIO training myself at the FBI Academy. There's a whole, science and to that as well. And of course, PD and fire and Pedro could all be involved in that should we have some sort of disaster here or major case or issue that is, makes a national news or whatever, which the city has had in the past. So both of those are separate. I think they appear to be combined in here because we combine it in one position.
Right. Well, I just thought, I don't know who this, I don't know what they were thinking when they said that, but after I read it, I thought to myself, Russell and Doug do their own, and so I was kind of confused as to why, when they said that. I never thought about it till I got the email, so.
So when I see other cities or even companies do this, so we'll talk about the communications, you have a focal point. So you have one person, and usually that person, let's say that they're going to do a news address. You'll have that person get up, they'll give the general overview, and then they'll turn it over to the police chief or to the fire chief to get the specifics into it. So that's what I'm seeing, correct me if I'm wrong, that's what we're looking for in this general communications officer. They would be the focal point, and then he wouldn't be trying to speak on behalf of the technical aspect of whatever the police was doing or fire, things like that. He would then hand it off to them to talk to specifics. Is that kind of what we're talking about here?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly what we're talking about.
Now, the PIO is more of, to me, and this is the one that gets it, is this is a critical thing. Like, let's say that the unlikely event of something like Uvalde happens here, okay? That's kind of where, to me, where this kind of kicks in. And so I struggle a little bit more because if something like that happened, I would absolutely expect the police chief, fire chief, unless something big happened, and they would be the ones driving that. And even if it wasn't the police chief, I would expect his second in command.
So with that, there's some critical information that would come out of a scene or scenario type of, you described there, that would be police related, but there's also a lot of information that takes place during that has no police concern at all. Part of that would be handled by the school, but tied into the communications officer as well, and that's your alternate locations for picking up kids that are evacuated out of a scenario of that nature. But there's so many different scenarios that can happen in this city with grain elevators and whatnot. Having a city person involved in communications takes that burden off my shoulders, but when it gets to the information specific to my department, yes, I'd be the one that would be in front of the camera speaking to that. But you'll have someone else that's handling probably 80 to 90% of that communication with the media.
Wouldn't those types of scenarios be handled by our emergency management coordinator?
Some of that could be, yes. Some of that could fall on your communications person as well. So when you get into, you really have to look at some larger agencies. Arlington, I mean, they've got a whole mess of people that are assigned to communications that handle everything up to the actual event. And when you're talking about it, and that's when your experts in that field would offer that input. But there's so much to be said about plausible deniability. Having a communications person that gets up and talks to the media, if asked a question he doesn't know, he can say, I don't know. You put me in front of the media and you ask me a question and I say, I don't know, then who does? Because I'm the expert, and if I don't know, then there's a problem. So there's a lot of those communication aspects that take place by someone outside the organization. They have that plausible deniability, but it gives you something to come back and focus on for your next camera time or whatever. So.
Anything else on communications?
Yes. I'm on page 138. So we have item number 5, Saginaw Channel, yearly ongoing. This is the streaming services that we're paying for. I see it says it's not eligible to be covered by PEG funds, but is there any way that, I mean, what's the benefit of having both of these? Why can't we have one?
I'll speak on the cost. So since City Council already approved the service agreement, I think about 2 City Council meetings ago, I'm already working, I don't want to overpromise on this, but I'm already working on ways to lower that cost for the taxpayer and get other funding mechanisms to cover that cost. But essentially, this covers the cost of our, essentially our server where we input stuff now. Actually, speaking now, we're actually testing it out, piloting it, making sure this meeting is being played to our cable provider. Spectrum came out this week as well to get look at our ability to see what they need to do to install it. So it will be on Spectrum, and then it could be on Roku, Fire TV. The reason why is because cities are trying to get away from the free services, and we're talking about YouTube, because YouTube owns that servers, Google, Alphabet. Anytime they could remove a video, and we don't want that to happen. That's why a lot of cities are actually moving away from YouTube and just putting more essential videos on that platform.
Well, I know that more and more people are walking away from cable and satellite services like Charter and things like that and going to
Correct.
more streaming.
Yeah, that's why the Roku's included in that.
So are we looking at maybe PEG going away in a few years, or?
I won't say in a few years, but definitely it's something that is going to change. But again, it's all dependent on legislature stuff here in the state and in the national.
But we have the same information on both of these items?
Yeah, everything, there's one central hub, and it essentially is like 2 cables that we connect to the same output, and it's going to go to the same channels.
Okay.
Just one channel, just 2 different sources.
Now, when you went over this a few weeks ago to the council and we voted on it, it was my understanding that people would not be able, for these channels, to stream it without some type of special software, and I didn't think we were buying the special software at that time.
No, the only thing you need is an internet connection. I remember that the question you came up.
Yeah.
All you need is an internet connection for the Roku stuff and the internet portion, so you just need that. But for the cable side, you just need cable.
So.
That's the only thing you'll need in
Yeah, 'cause
essence,
I-
or a TV.
I'm going to ask a question. So, once you get this up and running, can I stream it on my phone?
Yes, you can.
Okay, with no extra cost?
Nope. Well, other than your phone bill.
Right, but.
Other than what?
Well, Wi-Fi or any type of
Any type.
connection to the internet. It doesn't have to be Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
It could be cellular, it could be whatever.
And when do you expect that to be available?
I don't want to give a promise, but I did say a few council meetings ago when I gave a workshop, I said summer. And the joke was September 21st. I don't know if y'all remember that joke. I actually wrote it down on a note, on a sticky note. So
Yeah, I don't think I was
still
here for that meeting.
summer of this year, so, which will give me September 21st.
Thanks, because that changed because I was under the impression that you would had to you couldn't stream it over your phone or something, that you had to have some type of service, so it's cool.
Anything else on communications? You're dismissed, paper. Debt service funds.
In general, for debt service funds, I think this week, I had some questions from a citizen about the road stuff. And I think, is it debt service funds where we talk about these different roads like McElroy and things like that?
Okay.
So,
That's capital projects fund. Debt
Yeah.
services fund is where we
okay, so,
strictly pay our, if you want to call it loans off. It's where we pay our
Okay.
principal and interest for the bonds.
so I'm too early. I'll just shut up until we get there. At least on this, I'll shut up for.
So the street questions are not here yet, okay.
That's right, we got.
Okay, we'll get
yeah.
there.
Okay. Anything on debt services? Water and wastewater?
The one thing I will say, and I was looking through all of these, and I remember when you gave this, this is your presentation, by the way. We had missed on your original presentation, the drainage that needed to be done, and it got moved up in the Highland Station Park. Yeah, I didn't see it in here either. Is it in here somewhere?
So when we added that to the presentation, it still was on the future list. So Randy had prioritized that under addressing the Saginaw Main Street Boulevard drainage. So it was added to the list, but my understanding was that it still wasn't being moved currently high enough on the list to receive funding yet.
It was my understanding that when we uncovered that, when we was doing the other, that it got moved up to like the next big project from the drainage fund.
I think we moved it up, but I don't think we did over, it's kind of a, you have the boulevard over,
Yeah.
down on the south end, which is phase 3 of, the last piece that we need to fix the drainage on the boulevard. We have the piece over at Highland Stations, that creek where we're putting the crossing in right now.
Yeah.
Pedestrian crossing. They're both, I know we're having some erosion over there, but that's been several years that's took to
Yeah,
get it to that point. This down here has, it affects people on, when you have a storm like that, it floods, you got vehicles flooded out down there.
Yeah.
And so that kind of still stays higher on the priority list.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing about where it's at on the priority list. I was just trying to find it on the priority list and where it was, and kind of get at least a general idea of when it was going,
I think
when we
showed
thought
it,
it'd be done.
Get to drainage. It should be, as Trenton was saying, that it's a future project to be funded later, but it is on the list. I don't even think it was on the list at the time when we talked about it.
Yeah. So is this something to be on, it didn't make the list for 25, so something probably gonna be in 26? Is that what we're saying?
Correct, I think we,
27?
So one thing that we added to the CIP plan this year was the conceptual design for that System 3 he's talking about. And so every year when we sit down with Kim to look at which projects we want to fund for the next year, she tells us kind of what the budget is in the drainage fund, and then we see which projects we can attack. So my thought is we would do that process again next year and see, we'll have more accurate numbers for the construction of System 3 we'll have that here, and then we'll have the Highland Station stuff and see which ones can be funded based on the priority level. But we won't be able to fund all of System 3 next year unless there was a grant or funding from TxDOT or something like that.
And what is System 3?
It's the boulevard drainage issues that he's talking about, where we're gonna go from McRoy down, Business 287, and then cut across the railroads, TxDOT railroads, over to the National Guard.
The beginning of it's what we have to attack first, which is the weather outreaches, which is across over the National Guard piece over there. So we'll design and build that first, and then just piecemeal it together as we go on.
And that's where all the cars got flooded out last year and everything. It's bad. So I agree with it. I didn't see that. And I knew when we originally looked at it, we said, ooh, this is bad. There's eroding onto people's property.
Right.
But you all also put concrete in there that I called the
Another
Band-Aid.
thing, we're gonna watch it after we get this completed over there. I think it's gonna help improve that flow, that, not that it doesn't need to be fixed, because it does, because it's an eyesore and it's a maintenance issue, but, I think as far as the major erosion that's going on over there in that creek right now, I think what we've done now is tremendously
Gonna help it. Okay, good.
And then I'll say also, we met with TxDOT last week to discuss the higher priority items, and we brought up the boulevard. And they are aware of the drainage issue. They would like to help, but when they discussed the project, I said, are we talking the next 3 years, 5 years? And they said, basically decades, like 10, 20 years. So I think to us, that's why Randy still, it's top of his priority to address that.
Makes sense.
You mentioned something about grants. Are y'all still pursuing those?
Yes, actively. I mean, we have several grants that we apply for.
And what's the likelihood that we'll be able to get approved for those grants or awarded those grants?
Do you have any specific grants in mind you're talking about, or just all of the grants? So like the CDBG grant, I'd say the likeliness is 100%. Green Ribbon grants, we've had a lot of success with those as well.
And what sort of dollar value are we looking at for those to help?
The CDBG grant is $180,000 when we're awarded that. We've been focusing on sidewalks with those. The Green Ribbon is usually $400,000, I believe. One of the grants I spoke with at the Capital Improvements Program is HSIP, Highway Safety Improvement Program. We'd like to apply for those this fall. I believe if we were awarded the 4 or 5 projects that we want to apply for, it would be $800,000 for improvements for safety. But that likeliness, I would say, is, I've never applied for those for Saginaw, but I would say it's 50% or something around there. The big one that we applied for last year was a transportation alternative grant to fund McRoy Phase 3. We were not awarded that grant, but we did have a meeting with TxDOT. Jared and I asked for a debrief on our application, and they said we were only a few points away from being awarded that. So I need to discuss with staff further, but we're considering reapplying for that grant. I don't want to put a percentage on it just because they said there was $1 billion of request, and they only funded, I think, 200 million, something like that. So it's a very competitive grant, but if we were awarded it, it's, $10 million that we would receive. So those are, the top 4 or 5 grants we help apply for.
In addition to the county grants that were, a couple years ago?
The county bonds.
Bonds, yeah.
Yeah, we did apply for those as well. That was more of a one-off sort of application. So I guess if they had another bond program, we may apply for those, but that's kind of turned into more just discussions with Lee and Gabe and the county of seeing what kind of funds they have available. But they don't release applications to apply for.
But there's still money available for those?
Sorry, say that again?
Is there money still available in that bond for?
I haven't been a part of the recent conversations.
Yeah, I don't think there's discretionary from the 20 or 21 road bond. I think that every city got their highest priority project, which our project that was funded was Knowles Phase 1, and I believe we're close to closing that out. I will say, thanks to the support of Commissioner Ramirez, project a few meetings ago we discussed was the north section of Old Decatur. He's committed funds from discretionary to assist with that. That was a priority because of it'll have a sidewalk component, so pedestrian safety, kids going from
Twin Mills.
Twin Mills and actually Fort Worth, not in Saginaw, but crossing to go to West Side.
Well, I know we were hoping for a pretty big chunk of that bond money to support us. How much money did we actually get out of that?
I think about $3.5 million, which is approximately 50% of Knowles Phase 1. And then off the top of my head that we've discussed with Old Decatur North, I think we're at about 500,000. Does that sound right, Commissioner?
I think it's less than that, but it probably rounds to 500,000.
Yeah. And I think we're still waiting to hear if the city of Fort Worth may want to participate. It makes practical sense to bid that project.
Yeah.
Not just in the city limits and extend. And if that were the case, then Fort Worth, much like was done with Old Decatur Water Line, which was under construction when I started almost 7 years ago, they would pay an administration fee to the city. So it'd be potentially a good value.
On page 159, your special request, you did reply back about the fire hydrant, it's not approved, and you replied back, the reply back was it's doing it in general maintenance or something, but I was a little concerned. I want to make sure, because anytime I see, fire hydrants needing maintenance and valves, I just want to make absolutely sure that it's not going to put our citizens at risk or anything in case their house or something catches on fire. We're not going to have a fire hydrant that's not going to work.
No, this is kind of like being proactive.
Okay.
Going out and exercising the valves and targeting the ones that are hard to close or open. And fire hydrants the same. Fire department, they blow the hydrants once a year. And they also give us a report back when they find a hydrant that's a problem. We go immediately as soon as we get that back from them, and we address it.
Gotcha.
And if you'll notice on page 152, it was just like the other discussion we had. It's ongoing, and so it's in a line item and not in the 7,000, the capital outlay or special requests.
Okay.
So it's in the budget.
It is in the budget?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
90,000, line item 05490350, page 152.
On page 154, we're looking at a wastewater increase for 6%. How much does that break down to a month for our citizens?
The overall change in the average monthly water bill will be $1.67. So that takes into account the 2% reduction in water rates and a 6% increase in wastewater.
Okay, thank you. Because all these increases are going to our citizens. So $1 here, $1 there adds up.
Anything else on water or wastewater? Good. Capital project funds.
Well, I guess I could ask this question for them on this one. They said they were shocked by the 24-25 amount allocated for Kimley Horn to design McElroy. They spelt it wrong. And how much money is being committed to this project? If the council insists on proceeding, perhaps we should slow down this project or seek input from citizens, many of whom are unaware of the project and hold favorable opinions. Why is this project not a bond item?
So that's the same, probably the same, from the
Right.
same person I got, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
so-
did you get one too?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it says significant tax dollars were already spent, and I hope your decisions reflect the best interest of our citizens. So,
Yeah, so this is the road, so it's and I asked some questions on that, I forget where they are. But can we get a rundown? I mean, we went over this a couple weeks ago, right? And we set a priority of which roads and stuff like that. So, the base of the question, I guess, was, you see two here, $2 million for McElroy, and then you got 1.6 for Old Decatur, and then another $1 million for Old Decatur. And so I guess he was focusing on McElroy, right?
McElroy, yeah.
Is the first one, you know, we just spent a bunch of money. Yeah, I guess we've been working on it, but that was the bond election, right? So the question was, why can't we push this and not spend the money right now? So,
I think this is going to be a tag team between me and Kim, but there's some disconnect between exactly what we're planning on spending this next year and this $2 million value that's in here, correct?
Yeah, the 2 million is the estimated amount of the bonds that we're gonna sell. And if you recall, we had this list here.
Right.
Where you all prioritized the projects.
right.
And so you're correct, the North Old Decatur Road was not a bond project, but y'all at that time gave the staff direction to reallocate the most western part of McElroy and do work towards Old Decatur Road, in addition to some other phases of McElroy, which are funded in the interim, I guess, corrections to East McElroy in Street Maintenance Fund.
Okay.
Yeah, just to summarize, we had an entire workshop presentation about this.
Yeah.
And y'all agreed and gave us the same feedback that staff heard. We generally get more complaints, concerns about east of the tracks. So this furthest west section, which was McElroy was a bond project, from like Knowles all the way to Old Decatur is a less priority. So as you go east of the tracks, it's bumpy, it gets beaten up with, heavy traffic. The idea was to shift that around, give that attention in design, as well as we got into some crazy numbering, like phase 2A or something. But essentially, this section of McElroy in front of us here will be replaced in the future. And then the additional project would be Old Decatur. And as I mentioned earlier, the reason why that is a priority, this would be Old Decatur from Bailey Boswell to the city limits, or if Fort Worth participates, potentially extending further, but of course we wouldn't pay for anything outside of our city limits. This is a priority because of the pedestrian safety, school kids going to Wayside.
Okay.
But again, we've talked about West Knowles at the intersection of Saginaw Boulevard being, multiple times this council has, being a hazard.
Absolutely, it is
And,
prepared to, yes, and that's why
it's
it addresses this.
It does include that intersection
That's correct.
for the west part.
No, that's included with the Phase 2A.
Phase 2.
And so that is the design on that has began, but that portion is not funded with the construction is not funded with the bond program.
Right.
It is excluded.
We would come back at a future, correct?
Right.
That would be our last section, I think, of bond funding capacity, voter approved, right?
And that design includes a left turn lane headed northbound on Saginaw Boulevard?
a left turn lane headed northbound. No, we
Goes
would only
straight down this
modify the
road.
east and west. Oh, if you're going eastbound and go left, yes.
To turn, a left turn to turn onto Saginaw Boulevard?
Yeah, so the way the CIP has always been broken up is that the actual intersection at Main and McRoy is included with the east portion, not the west that would extend to Knowles.
Because the west, eastbound, the west side
Mm-hmm.
is terribly dangerous. I mean, every day that I sit there between 10 and noon,
Yeah.
people are always going on the oncoming lane to make a left-hand turn because they're tired of waiting. It's-
Right. And I think we understand, or I know we understand and agree with that priority, and it's reflected in the fact that we've already started discussions with property owners there about, hey, we need more space here on the south side or north side to be able to expand that. So we're actively working on being able to expand that approach so that we can have that left turn lane like you're saying.
I mean, you've got 2 lanes coming in, that are headed westbound.
Right.
You know, you can't use some of that area.
I provided Randy an exhibit that kind of breaks it down. We will utilize some of that, but then you still want sidewalks on the south side as well. So I think we were looking at.
Parking lot.
Yeah, exactly. That's the challenge, right? And so we would want curbs there, sidewalks. I believe we were looking at getting, it was between 6 to 10 feet from that property, 10 feet. And so it's going to be extremely challenging to make that work with how that business, the donut shop, is operating right now. And so those discussions have began. I believe the mayor's involved, and Gabe and Randy and everyone.
Are we looking at shutting those businesses down?
I don't want to speak to that now. I think they're in discussions of what some of the options would be. I don't know that anyone is saying that we need to do that yet, but some changes need to happen for sure.
That's correct, yeah. That's premature to say that, but we would need to acquire right away for that project. And I think the property owners, Randy had conversations with them, and once we get closer, we'll finalize that.
So I got a request, Randy, I guess it's to you. I know I've got your presentation here, but the problem is the presentation, because during that meeting, we came up with a priority list. Can I get a slick sheet, one sheet, can the council get one sheet saying what that priority list is now? Because we don't have it here, and I can't find it here. And it would be nice to have that, because something I could go back to when somebody asks me something, I could literally look at, post it on my little wall and say, okay, here's what we're doing. That make it so much easier on me.
And your focus would just be this next year, or do you want kind of it grouped into each year as we proceed, like the next 5 years?
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely I want this year, and of course, you could take it on that. That would be good.
Mm-hmm. And I put together a table showing what was next year.
I mean, that'd be a good start, but yeah, I would take that and been happy with it, but now that you offered the other, I want it too.
It's no problem. I mean, it's all the same information. It's just, like you said, repackaging it to be a slick sheet or more digestible. That's easy. We can do that for sure.
Now, I want to look back around, because I don't know who, I definitely know Valerie got the same email I got, because she's reading it. Why, in the request, right, Valerie, if I'm reading it, you've got it right. I'm trying to remember from should have printed up, I did. Is they specifically question, why can't we push, or why don't we push this McRoy Boulevard?
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is, it seems like we're comparing apples and oranges, this $2 million to in the future, so not spend this $2 million in this budget.
I think there's two problems just off the top that I see with pushing it. Not that I'm saying that we can't. I think we could. The only issue is this bond program is now 3 or 4 years old, we're talking, and so it's very challenging to deliver the same number of projects with money that was programmed, even though we did account for inflation. So simply put, it gets more expensive the longer we wait. And then the second part I would say is Kim is very intentional of planning how much of the bond we issue and we spend, correct? And so I don't know the implications of having the bond funds and not spending them besides just the value of the dollar, decreases every year.
So this 2 million's underneath that bond, and this is a bond that passed, so it's a mandate from the citizens that says, for this amount of money, they want this amount of work done.
Right.
And if we don't get that, the longer we go into the future, the more we can get done that we committed to the citizens we would.
I would say yeah, that's the challenge.
Yeah. Is that good with you? I mean, you're kind of answering the same question.
Well, yeah, that's what they asked for. I mean, they said.
Well, hopefully this person's watching this on the tube and
I
can
hope
understand
so.
this.
And I would just add McRoy Phase 3, the project that is the next one in line, has been very consistently brought up through the bond planning program and through all of the other workshops that we've done as a priority. So that one specifically, I would be surprised if there was a strong desire, a communal desire to push that project. I think it has a lot of tangible benefits.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Anything else on capital? CCPD funds.
Why did our license plate reader service go down by 25%?
The first year of that, it had setup fees that were associated with it, so the second year, the setup fees are not included.
Thank you.
This is the flock system.
That is the Fox system.
Oh, I did have a question on one of your training kit. Will one kit work for multiple officers that need the test?
So we're talking about the alert training kit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that kit's designed for 20 participants at a time, but it's also reusable. There's some parts of that kit that are expendable, but the majority of it is reusable and will be for probably 10 to 15 years.
Okay.
Is that also approved in this budget year?
Yeah.
It was funded already, yes.
Yeah. Well, sometimes when you buy a kit or daycare, when they buy a kit, it only works for 5 employees, you know, and if you got 10 employees, you gotta buy 2. You know what I'm saying? So
Right, yep.
that's what I wanted to know. I wanted to make sure it was.
And this allows us to train 20 officers at a time, and has equipment for the associated instructors as well, so.
Okay.
On page 173, your asset forfeiture.
We're not there, no.
Yeah.
Or did I jump ahead?
I'm just on
I've got a
171, so
question
how'd you
on
get so far ahead?
Cindy?
Yeah. So on page 171, the drug evidence incinerator, this is the one where we were at least at one point going to Galveston after our drug take-back programs?
Yes.
Is this looking to replace that?
So we actually bought that with current year's funds. So we have funded that. We've actually taken delivery of that at this point, so.
Does this mean we can do more than 2 drug take-back programs a year with this incinerator?
Yeah, this allows us to, I'm sorry, under the drug take-back program, we have to provide that to the DEA. So we cannot destroy that ourselves. All drug take-back prescriptions are delivered to the DEA for destruction. We don't destroy those goods.
Okay. I guess I was confused because you were talking about fuel, hotel, salary, and then the $600 per box.
Yes, so that's everything that we bring in. So officer makes an arrest for narcotics. Once that's disposed of through the courts, you have to dispose of that in a specific method. In past years, that method was going to Carthage, or there's another location as well where they incinerate. However, those incinerator locations have closed to law enforcement evidence destruction, largely due to the demand that's placed on them through the medical field, where they're destroying biomed waste and things of that nature. So a company has created this small incinerator for the use of small PDs, which keeps me from having to store a year or 2 years worth of seized evidence before I can take it to get it destroyed. So ours is destroyed on hand, on site, as those cases are adjudicated through the courts.
Is this a service that we can offer to neighboring police departments?
So because of liability, no. Several of our neighbors have this same device, and they won't allow us to use it either because of that liability. So that was what necessitated us buying one ourselves.
But it's, we've got it, so it's not going to be something we have to spend money because we've already spent the money to buy it.
That's correct.
And let me just say that we used the opioid abatement settlement money for this. That was an allowable use, so it was requested under CCPD, but we did not use city funds for it.
And let me just clarify some, Chief. You said the DEA, they require you, so the drug take-back program is like my blood pressure medicine. If I decided I didn't want it and I wanted to turn it back in, I could take it and give it. That's
correct. It's aimed largely at prescription meds.
Yeah, prescription meds, but the DA requires you to give them all of that, but they don't require you to give them the actual illegal stuff.
So the drug take-back program is a DEA-funded program, so that's why they want that turned in. It shows the efficiency of their program and success and things.
That's what I was trying to figure out. That it didn't pass.
If every city and every state started sending them their illegal contraband, they wouldn't be able to destroy it all, I don't think. So.
Now it's all coming together.
And how do you dispose of the waste from our incinerator?
I'm sorry?
The waste that we have, once everything burns down, what do y'all do with that?
So it is ash. It can be destroyed. Pretty much you can dump it in the dumpster. So once it is incinerated and loses all of its controlled substance value, then it can just be dumped.
Put it on your
So
roads.
there's no additional expense beyond that?
That's correct.
Okay. I was just curious.
Anything else on CCPD? All right, police expendable fund. Nick, I believe you had a question on that.
Well, I have to go find it again now.
Now it's on 173 is where you were at.
173. I can't even find 173 now. Yeah, I just wanted to, I know there's different types of asset forfeiture. So when we're talking here about asset forfeiture for us, because I don't know what Chapter 59 means, and I didn't go try to look it up and read it. This is, I'm assuming this asset forfeiture is, we've arrested somebody for something and we've charged them with a crime.
Yeah, so for asset forfeiture under Chapter 59, it has to be contraband that's used in the commission of a first or second degree felony.
Yeah.
Throughout the penal code, and then there's a number of offenses that any level of felony or violent crime would qualify under forfeiture.
But they have to be, in order for us to do it, the way we do it is, they have to be in the process of a crime. We have to say, okay, they've committed this crime, or they were using this to commit this crime.
Yeah, there's no other way for law enforcement to get a seizure or forfeiture on property unless it's involved in crimes, so.
The IRS can, but the police department can't.
Actually, it's slightly, there is a thing called civil asset forfeiture, in which the DEA and them do use, which you absolutely don't have to be. They can, like say I got $10,000 on me, which isn't illegal. I can carry cash. I can be getting on a plane. They can say, why have you got that $10,000? And I can say, none of your business. And they can say, well, we're going to confiscate that because we think that maybe possibly this could be tied to some ill-gotten gain. So that that's why I asked that.
So
but we're not doing that, so we don't need
yeah,
to.
there is something along those lines, but it's not something that your local police department's involved in. So if you're not involved in a crime, we're not trying to seize anything.
Right. That's what I wanted to get at, so that's cool, we're good.
Anything on the expendable fund? Drainage fund. Here's your mower. Your remote control mower.
Oh, yeah,
so
we
here's
already
this right
answered
here.
that. I'm excited.
Yes, it is.
I can appreciate it. Randy was on vacation. I was driving down McElroy and I saw the skid steer stuck in the ditch when they were mowing, so.
I'm assuming
So you're
it's
good-
like, I'm assuming it's like one of those little things in the house. So what I'm gonna do, when he gets it, I'm gonna program it, and at night it's gonna sneak out, go down the road and mow my yard.
You're gonna give us a demonstration, right?
Yeah. What's that? I guess I jumped the gun on drainage. I already talked to you guys about that, so.
I see for 2027, 2028, future for a wood chipper and dump truck. Is that something we can use when we have storms and stuff now? Because back, I think it was in May, we had that one storm and there was a lot of tree debris. People didn't know what to do with it, and I don't know, can you figure out a way when we do have these storms to facilitate this? And I don't know what the answer is, if it's doing more with Waste Connection or what.
It's more of a Waste Connection event. Yeah, they did. They're very good about it in a storm situation, moving those things. Those things are nice to have when you put them out there on the street and having to do a ton of that stuff. They're a dangerous machine to be around. And, it takes a lot of maintenance on them, it's unbelievable, not to mention the amount of manpower it takes to do an event like that.
What machine are we talking about?
Chipper, wood chipper.
Chipper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We rent one in my neighborhood every other year. I put it in that little cul-de-sac and put my trailer underneath it, and then we go around and cut all the neighbors' trees up and shove it in there. Yeah, they are dangerous.
Yeah. But they're kind of costly too.
Huh?
They're kind of costly too. The big ones are, the big commercial
Well,
ones.
that's one I rent. It's a couple $100 to rent it for a day from Home Depot.
Yeah.
So how would we do that? I mean, I mean, we don't have it every time, but when we have a huge storm that knocks a lot of trees and stuff down, I mean.
But the
it-
trash company
yeah.
does.
So the
pretty good
trash
taking
company
care
will make allowances for that?
Yeah, they will.
Yep.
As long as you get out, don't you usually give them a allotted time or something to put it out? And
Yeah.
kind of like the big bulk trash pickup, kind of like
Okay.
that.
I think we just need to do a better job than publicizing it, because people didn't know what to do. People were just dumping stuff out by the street, and it was sitting there, and nobody knew what was going on with it.
Yeah.
So do we announce that? I mean, because we only have bulk pickup a couple times a year,
Twice, April and October.
right?
Yeah.
You can blast it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know we cut up some branches. They were probably 4 to 6 inches in diameter. We cut them up about 3 feet long and set them out on the curb, and they wouldn't pick them up.
It depends on how much it weighs, I think.
I could move it.
Oh, I'm just telling you what they told me. Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm a weakling, but, I mean, it was easy enough for me to move, so.
I got you.
They should pick those up on Thursdays.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they didn't.
No, I'll call them.
That's when we called you, and that was taken care of, so appreciate it.
So on street maintenance, things, a couple times you mentioned that,
You're jumping the gun again.
oh, am I?
Yeah.
I want to get this over with.
Calm down.
Nick, you're not the
Ease
mayor
up
pro
there,
tem.
boy.
Calm your jets.
Anything else on the drainage utility fund?
Nope.
Now, street maintenance.
Okay, so I know we've talked, and you mentioned a few times, the easements, and I did put that in here, and you all said that you're going to get that to us, where we can quit putting trees in, the easement. But you also, last time you mentioned that the center, that we're having a lot of problems with trees in the center.
Anytime you plant a tree within, and in the ordinance, it says nothing can be planted, the new ordinance.
Yeah.
To be planted within 4 foot of the back of a curb or a sidewalk.
No. Okay, so I haven't looked at it.
You haven't seen it because Aber just got it back to us, Larry, and I had reviewed it last week.
Well, a little birdie told me that over on McElroy? Knowles. No, over on Knowles, you all planted trees in the easement.
On
And then-
Knowles.
Yeah, with the new
Just
construction.
north of the playground.
North of the playground.
It's like, I think 6 trees planted between the sidewalk and the street.
Once our new ordinance is placed, we won't do that.
Yeah, okay. I was just trying to wonder, I mean, we did it to ourselves, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Are they young enough to move?
We
Now's
go
the
put
time
them
to
in
do
the
it.
park?
I don't know that those trees are gonna make it anyway.
Wink, wink, nod, nod, right?
Oh, now I know what you're saying, yeah.
We're in,
They're kinda
with
stressed
the,
out.
Contractor, they're warranted.
Oh, okay.
We're having issues with the sprinkler system. It'll work for a little while and it shuts off. And so the trees have really started stressing. So matter of fact, I got a text a while ago from our inspector and he's out there with the contractor today trying to get that thing back. And he's already told them that probably not gonna make, those trees probably aren't gonna make it. But they're, I think over on that, see where those are at. I think they tried to fill in the gaps from the ones that were planted along Knowles originally.
Yeah.
So.
The issue there too is we have a lot of utilities that we didn't want to plant trees right on top of the water line.
So if they're gonna change them or something, get them, put them in the park. Save some money.
We could do that, get the.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything else? Donation fund.
I would like to know what a fence picket donation is, just out of curiosity. Do people donate their fence pickets? I'm just asking.
Yeah, so if you recall the Willow Creek Station playground,
Uh-huh.
there was a plan at one point to have fence pickets with donor names.
Uh-huh.
Before the nonprofit that funded a portion of the playground dissolved, they gave us, was it a couple thousand, or maybe it's here, for that. And then it was just decided we weren't gonna go forward with that. And so we just refunded everything that, to the people that donated their money back to them.
Okay. Okay, thank you. This is for park maintenance.
Anybody have anything else?
So if I'm on page 188, these funds that are listed, animal services, parks, library, beautification, seniors, these are all the funds that are contributed to, through the water bill? Is that correct?
The revenue sources are either through the water bill or separate donations. So for example, Train and Grain, community events, fire department is real good about doing fundraising for their programs. So it's not just, the majority of it is through the utility bill, but not 100% of it.
The first five is the one I was talking about primarily. So we're paying salaries through the donations in the water bill?
No, the only salaries that would be paid through the donations are library. The library donations fund some of the summer help to help with the busy times at the library with the summer programs.
And And all of these expenditures are, at least for those top 5, those are approved by the boards and commissions that that the council appoints.
I don't think I'm the one to answer that question. I don't deal with the boards and commissions. This is just through the departments and what they've requested. So I'm sure that each department director has worked with their respective committees or boards.
So, and back to the thing on the salaries for the library, the apprentice positions that are used throughout the city during the summertime, where do those other funds come from? The apprentice program
It's budgeted in the general fund.
that comes from the general fund,
This apprentice, that's correct. Yep.
except for the library.
No. These are separate, right? Are they?
Yeah, it was a priority from the library board several years ago to have summer help. We used to fill these with just temporary part-time positions, but since we started the student apprentice program, we've been filling those with students.
Okay.
But yeah, they transfer money from the donations fund into the general fund to pay for our summer help, yeah.
Okay. So,
I think, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we've used both in the past. Maybe that this year it's donations, but in the past we have used, the apprentice program has been the general fund.
so would it be smart for us to use money from the general fund for these apprentices and then let the money that's donated to the library board be used for?
So certainly consider that. The library board meets to make recommendations, and I would say out of all the boards, they're very detailed. You have a lot of retired teachers who are very attuned to things. They make the recommendation on the donations.
Anything else? Good. Good? Yep. All right, general escrow fund. You have anything, Cindy, or you good? Okay. Enterprise escrow fund? Everybody good? Belt Mill PID? PERS? And and special requests. Okay, before we get into salaries, got one person who wishes to speak, Mr. Pete.
Good morning, everybody. First off, I want to apologize for the outburst that I had dealing with the Knowles project. I've been dealing with that since I've been living here. It's good to see everybody here, and I hope nobody else would make any comments. Thank you. Ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Hire somebody to do the maintenance for the buildings and taking care of the assets. And one of the most assets we have is our employees. And you all failed in doing that by playing catch up this year. You're going to be raising it to 4.9 if you're going to take the diminished rate. But I look at the voter approval rate, it's 4.48. No new revenue rates, 4.9, so you're still exceeding that. You got maintenance and operations problem. And you take care of the assets with the buildings and the people, and we should do well. You campaigned on transparency, and I'm going to suggest to you get with the other council members and get with the state comptroller's transparency requirements and start getting that on board. I mean, you got 2 years to do it in. That'd be a suggestion.
Well, we've started on that process as well.
That's going to start happening? You're going to start seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Out there on the comptroller's website?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Kudos.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Kudos.
Mr. Pete, that's a great, thank you for the comment.
Kudos.
To Councilmember St. Clair's credit, our finance staff has created a separate part of our webpage. Elizabeth has started compiling, I think in the next
So
year.
everybody can read it in common sense wise.
Yeah, we were
Kudos.
following the comptroller's guidelines.
Kudos.
And we'll apply for the program. So that to get the stars, I think you have to apply and have it reviewed.
Now let's just get the school district on board, otherwise the superintendent won't quit and they won't have to raise other bonds and stuff like that. That's good. One of the other things is you are going to be hard pressed if you start pushing bonds next year. Your debt income ratio, I don't know. This thing was funded in 2021 and we're still dealing with it in 2024. It's going to go up to 2025 for Knowles and some of these other things. And the other things, when you start misapplying, or not misapplying, but appropriating bond funds from one project that we voted on, and you're applying it somewhere else, you're not telling us. That's not full disclosure. So give it to us before you put the bonds out there. Okay? And basically, if you can't get your maintenance and operations in line with no new revenue rate or voter approval rate, there's something wrong. The cost of living for Social Security recipients like myself, fixed income, is projected to be at 3.4, and you're going to raise it 4.9%, no matter what these figures say. But you take care of the employees and our assets. That's what we all elected to do. So hire the guys, hire 2 of them. You get one of basically of that or home repair maintenance or contract that I got, warranty program. Have somebody do that on call. Or get a single line contractor. But the guys that does the road projects and stuff like that, you start looking at the Kimberly Horn, because, man, they drag stuff out and they're not doing it right. There's no proper oversight on that. I think that's about it for me. But thanks for listening to me, and I really do apologize for the outburst, but it came out of frustration. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Pete.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 11:45. All right, we'll reconvene and we'll go into the salaries and compensation.
So, yes. I guess I'll just jump in here with both feet. I think this is what everybody's been waiting for. So, we've known in the city that that we got ourselves into a problem over a period of time. It didn't happen. It didn't happen yesterday. It's been going on for a long time. It's been built up. So, like everybody knows, we hired an independent company to come in and do analysis of how we fit in with our competitors, cities around here. And they came in and did an analysis, and then they gave a recommendation. And so I asked for the data, the actual raw data, to just do analysis, kind of, I guess you'd call it a trust but verify. And I did that analysis a couple of days ago, and I sent it back out to it. And I can say that looking at what we were trying to do and taking into consideration of that and being fair about it and saying, okay, we want to get to a certain level in comparison to what our competitors, other cities around here are getting, and then how do we get the employees, how do we get the employees onto that curve? Basically, get them what they want, what they deserve, what you all deserve, what the employees deserve. And so that's what I was looking at across the board. And so they also, as part of this calculate, they took time served in position. So then I just mapped that out. Okay, time served in position with this and how it fast. And I can tell you that with just a few exceptions, it followed that very well. And, you know, I can tell you, like, from the 0 people in position from 0 to 2 year, I plotted out the overall average increase. And just like we knew we have a compression problem, the higher you went up, so the people from 0 to 2% on average needed a certain percent raise all the way up to people of 9 years and above. And the farther you went up in years of service, the more out of whack it became. And what I mean by out of whack is you was giving the Saginaw discount big time. So I looked at that, and I looked at the overall what was recommended by this company for that. And like I say, with the exception, I think there's 5 there's very minor, and then there was one that was that was saying, and that was fixed, right? The maintenance one. So out of that, the overall profile is very good. I didn't see anything, at least from a data standpoint, out of whack. Now, as we get 9 years and above, you're getting more and more effort. So then the question is for us, for council, is how do we want to do that, and where do we want to draw the line? So a couple of us was doing numbers last night. Let me see if I can bring that up. So I guess before I go into this, is there any questions just on the overall profile or anything like that? I was pretty vague about it. I can get as deep as you want to in this, but in general, if you look at the data and you look at the profile, it's what is the name of the company? I keep losing our name. But Bakerfield. It's fair. It's right. It's correct, and it begins to get us, or it actually goes a long way in getting us in the right direction. Okay, and so one of the things we looked at, me and a couple of other council members, was to get some of the higher end people. There was it ended up being, we was looking at people at it would take 20% or above or above 20% to get them to where they really needed to be, okay? And that's a pretty heavy lift to ask the citizens to take in one bite. So what we looked at is what would it look like if we drew the line at a 20% raise and say, okay, for this year, that's just the most the city can eat this year, 20%. And so we calculated that, and that would have an impact on, 1 second, I have to count, I think it's 20 people, 21 people. Now, with that, there would have to be some exceptions taken with the 21 people, in that 5 of them would have to go before 20% in order to get them to the minimum of their pay range. So that those 5 would have to be moved above 20%. The rest could. And that would then, so that means that the highest pay raise we would give this year would be 20%, except for the exception of those 5. And the highest raise we give, period, even with taking that exception, would be just a hair under 27%. Okay? Does that make sense, the council, anything we're talking about? And if we did that, we would end up with a cost avoidance, it's not a cost savings, it's a cost avoidance, of $138,882.35. So if we chose to do this, it would impact 21 employees to some varying level, but they would at least get a 20% raise. It would affect. Well, even those 5 get a pay. I just moved them up to where they got to the minimum. Right. So they would still have less of an impact, but still impact. Okay. So this is an option, is to do that, or some variation of that.
There's also the retirement, the Social Security, some of the benefit costs that would come along with. The limiting of that would also be a cost avoidance on that.
Right.
So, and that's not figured into these numbers.
Now,
I was going to calculate that as you were speaking. Tell me what the amount was, 108?
I'm sorry, huh?
What was just the salary part of it?
The 138 number.
138?
Yeah, it'd be a cost avoidance of 138,882.35. And I can send you this Excel spreadsheet. I'm sorry, I did this late last night, Kim. I apologize that I didn't send you this ahead of time. It was, I don't know, what time was it last night? It was after 9:30, so. Yeah.
So we haven't had a time to look at this. We're happy to look at it, but is the intention to get people to market and step over some amount of time?
Oh, absolutely. And that's why I said it's not, it's a cost avoidance. So it's understanding that next year, we're going to have to come back, and these people, that's not where they want. It's like, if you hire a new person into a new field, we got 5 years to get them to the midpoint, right? This is the same thing. So it's 16 people. Those 16 people, next year, we'd have to come back, and they're going to get an accelerated thing to keep moving them towards that. And that's kind of what we said, is this was a multi-year step.
And it could be done with a mid-year adjustment, too.
And it could be done at a mid-year adjustment. Sure.
And I came across something similar when I was playing with this again last night.
Yeah.
I had 18 people, not 21, that were affected. And if you look at it 2 different ways, whether it's by the salary increase or by the or the new salary base, or the percentage, it's still the same block of people.
Yeah.
And I saw the trend on the graph kind of go like this and then just shoot straight up.
Right.
And again, trying to get them up there, at one time. And you can see that in the charts that I just handed out
Okay, I didn't get to.
And I've got the data behind the two charts that support it. And then the,
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is showing exactly, yeah. It's basically what all of this data shows is that our long-term employees have been giving the city a discount on work.
The ones that we're talking about, 10 years or more.
That's right, absolutely.
years
And
or
you can
longer.
plot that out, and it, I mean, no matter how you slice it, that's what he shows. And so.
but it also shows that there are several people that got less than a 3% raise. So if we could use part of that avoidance to at least get those up to 3% pay increase.
Those employees have a year or less of tenure. We
Yeah.
discussed that.
So what I just looked at the profile in which they did.
But
and
they
said-
have a cost of living that they have to live with as well.
Yeah. So we got to be very careful because if I go in and I give employees that just started a 3% raise, I have to give all the employees a 3% raise, or I get into a compression. Okay, so that's like, so we have to be kind of cognizant of that because
Yeah, but if you look what they're getting paid,
Yeah, huh?
if you look at what they're getting paid,
Yeah, and you gotta be very careful about
3%
looking
is-
at dollar amount, because we're not all doing the same job. And when if you just, you have to look at percentages on this and not dollar amount, because we're not all doing the same job and everybody's in different professions. So, depending upon our profession dictates what we make. You have to be very careful of that. Some people's, fortunately or unfortunately, that's the way it is in the United States, some people's profession demands a higher salary than other people's profession due to their credentials and things, so, yeah.
So how about we do this? We hired a third party, right, a professional who does compensation studies. Let's take the recommendation, submit it to them, and if this is the desire, to see how they would recommend implementing it over some amount of time.
My question.
I think that's,
My question with that is, and I know y'all keep hearing me say this. I understand market value 100%.
Right.
But market value also has to go by population and tax rate. There's no way that the city of Saginaw could say pay $3 million all in one time, because the next year it's gonna be high again. And eventually we're gonna be at build out, and when we get to build out, what's gonna happen to our city?
Yeah,
I've seen
so-
cities that have done things like this, and they went defunct. I don't want Saginaw to do that.
I don't know that I've ever seen a city go defunct, but to address your concern, we were asked by the city council to engage a professional firm to do this exercise, which we've done. Presentation was made in March, okay? You'll recall the data was benchmarked with an adjustment for each city to smooth out the data. And we have come back, as you have asked us, with a recommendation to get everybody up to the market and reflecting their time and service in their position. So whatever you'd like to do, whatever your opinion may be of the market, in my opinion, is immaterial. My opinion of the market is immaterial. We've taken an objective approach as recommended by a third party. We
So-
take the recommendation, we don't.
You can't throw a small city into a big city realm. You can't do that.
Well, so let's do this. Let's back up here. Right now, there's three options on the table that we can take. Okay? In a minute, there'll be four, because Cindy's got one, but I don't understand what it is. Okay, so then there's three. There is take what we've seen from them and we implement it, okay? With the percentages that they actually say, all the way up to, I think the highest is 40-some%. That's fine, that's an option. Option two is we cap it at 20% with the 5 exceptions. That's option two. Option three is we don't do anything. We just continue to kick the can down the road.
I don't wanna kick the
I know, but that's an option. It may be a shitty option, but it is an option. Okay?
That's not what I'm.
So, you know,
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, so, yeah, and I didn't say it was, I just don't, yeah. So now the next option is, if you think the city can't do that, or think, what's your option? What do you
I
recommend?
don't know, because they compare them with, they compare Saginaw with big cities, you know, and we can't do that. We don't have the tax rate, the fund.
The problem is that the talents pool, I mean, Fort Worth's just adopted a minimum wage of $20 an hour for their people. We're competing against that. We've got 95 fire departments in the Metroplex that we're
How much is
competing.
Fort Worth's tax rate? How many citizens do they have? They have way more than 25,000.
Guys, we have to make a decision, we have to make a decision today. Yeah.
And I will say this, that as you increase in management, our city, we don't have the responsibilities that Fort Worth has. So you take a station manager in the fire department, they probably run a few more crews in a Fort Worth station, or they have more people, they have more engines, there's more involved there.
More resources to get that
More
job done.
resources to get that job done.
Sometimes I think we're a lot better than they are because we do it with less resources, same job responsibilities. I want to be very careful because you have a captive audience. If you're saying that you're thinking that the job is more difficult or more important than Saginaw to the employee sitting in the audience right now, we do the same job and we have to be better at it because we
Right.
do it with less.
Absolutely. And
So,
the point that
the
I'm,
message that's coming across, I'm just saying we want to be very careful because you're
let's-
going to create a storm that I can't overcome as a fire chief.
So can we?
I appreciate every one of these employees, and I know that they do good jobs, and I know that Saginaw is the best, so don't say that's what I'm saying, because it's not. What I'm saying is, we have to do something that the city itself can handle financially and make our employees happy, or hope that they get happy and get some relief. Even if we give them these big raises or whatever, you're still gonna have overtime, you're still gonna have to be short employees. We have to add all that together. And so that's what we need to look on.
The department heads take that into consideration too. I don't think you're counting our opinion of what this is. We take all that into account and we deal with those same things.
We do, but
So
we
can
also
I-
play the balancing game between you and the citizens. We cannot
Sure.
be a massive tax burden on our citizens either. You know, they have to be able to afford to live. They have to be able to pay their utilities. They have to make their house payments. They have to pay their taxes. They have to buy food. They have to buy medicine.
The same thing that every employee has to
And
do.
but, you know, but,
Can I
you know,
ask
we
this?
have a large percentage of our people on, like Mr. Pete pointed
Can
out.
you have somebody bring up the cities that they compared us to? Can we bring that report, put it right there? Because I can't remember off the top of my head, sorry, and I was looking, I don't have that printed out. I looked at it the other day. But let's bring it up and look at the cities so that we know who we're getting. And,
Okay, can you put it on the screen?
yeah, it's what I'm asking for.
Go ahead, Mary.
So I would like very much for all of us to ask permission to be recognized, so we aren't all talking at once.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, I have a question of Kim. This $138,000 plus that would be what did you call it? Cost avoidance. Would that money be not spent out of the general fund? Is that what would happen to that cost avoidance?
Well, it depends what y'all want to do. I mean, if you keep the tax rate as proposed, but you don't fund the full amount, then you either allocate it to something else, or you, I guess if you keep the tax rate the same, it would increase your general fund. My biggest concern about the cost avoidance is knowing what's coming next year. There's not going to be any reason to get us on this plan if we don't at least fund a step and possibly cost of living next year. So you're still going to have an issue. We also know that we're going to have to pay for ambulance subsidy to Fort Worth next year, so that's an additional $250,000. you're going to have staffing and operating of the new facility. So we were given the directive to fund option 2. We were able to do that within the legal guidelines of how high you can increase your tax rate. We wouldn't have recommended it if we didn't think it was financially possible or feasible. But that's my only concern about the cost avoidance, is you're delaying.
Yeah, and that's why I gave the warning at the end, that we have, we're not, it's an avoidance, it's not a thing, because next year we gotta come back and take another bite at that apple.
Yes, sir, and I don't want us to count on a mid-year significant changes either, as far as staffing or anything like that. You know, we don't know what the economy is gonna do, and this is a very tight budget in order to meet the goal of option 2.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying it's a tight budget, but it's a sound budget.
Yes, sir. I wouldn't recommend, none of us would recommend it if we didn't think it was a
And if we
sound
don't know
budget.
what's going on in the future, what's gonna happen next year.
That's correct. I mean, all of it is based on estimates. Nobody has a crystal ball and can guarantee anything.
And so
It's
the
our
next-
professional opinion.
So, and as we've discussed, we anticipate in the near term, next year and following years, to have the same situation we find ourselves in, which is new value, growth in existing value, an ability to lower the tax rate and accomplish the goals of the city council.
But you don't
We-
know that.
Correct, no one does, but we anticipate that, and we know that we will have significant new value in the next tax year. Just drive around town, see everything.
But hold on here a minute, we're not shooting in the dark here. We use statistical analysis.
Right.
Kim does an awesome job of looking into the future, looking at what's happened in the past, looking at things like that. And to at least some extent, we do have a confidence. I don't know if we can put in like a measurement on that confidence, like say we're 90% confident within our measurement that this is 90% accurate. But we do have a certain level of confidence in what we think will go on next year. And so to sit here and say that we absolutely have no idea next year and we're going to roll the dice or go to Vegas and put it on the wheel, it's kind of not correct either. It is a prediction into the future, but we have a certain level of confidence in that. Because again, I guess I am, tell me if I'm wrong in my thing. Kim would never say that this was sound if she thought we could afford it this year, but next year it's going to hell in a handbasket. There's some level of confidence that this is sound and that it's good and it's going to be tight. But for some extent, I hate to say it, we got to pay the piper. We've been, Now, how much of the piper we're going to pay this time is the thing. So anyway, that's my point. But I don't want to say that, we have no idea what's going on next year. That's kind of not the case.
So we have the cities up on the screen now that were used for the comparison.
Okay. Now, there was also, if we look at this, there was also a number that was tied to these that basically normalized the thing. So when they, no.
That's correct, Councilmember. There was a number that normalized each city
That's right.
individually, because to Councilmember Junkersfeld point, no city is perfectly apples to apples. But it's also kind of a ridiculous premise to try to pick however many cities that a person deems perfectly applicable, right? We have been consistent. The scope of this study is to address the market. We've told you many times, and all of our directors here would tell you, we compete for employees with employers that are within a 45-minute drive. All of these cities here, I believe with the exception of Watauga, are cities that we have lost employees to, or will, unfortunately continue losing employees to, as well as our major private sector employees in Tarrant County, which are Lockheed and BNSF. This is factored in. So that's kind of the rational basis.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I wasn't actually finished with the items that I wanted to bring up. So the 138,000 plus, that could possibly be added to, I guess you would say, the general fund. We are already over and above what our financial plan requires us to have, you know, as a
Keep going away.
amount that should not be spent, that should be saved back. So I don't feel like that $138,000 plus amount is necessary to be put. In other words, we have every ability to spend that 138,000 plus. I think we should adopt option one, that these objective expert consultants have suggested. And I want every single employee in our city to be brought up to the standard that they should be brought up to. And another point I would like to make is not to forget, as I mentioned before, it's not just the people who already work here that we need to bring up to speed. We need to have salary ranges that are, that can, you know, attract good applicants when we do have openings that we are not able to fill within our staff. Sometimes positions come open that we like to promote from within, but sometimes we can't. So now we have to go outside. So now we have to have good salary ranges to attract that. So I'm all in favor of what Nick had mentioned was option one. And also, we're not being recognized individually, we're still all talking over each other.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, if I could ask clarification. Let's say there's some savings as proposed. Is the desire to lower the tax rate, or is it to redirect it to something else?
I believe the consensus, and I could be wrong, is to redirect it. One of the things that's really stuck out is this buildings manager,
Right.
and that would be one of the things that we, I think, would definitely want to address.
Okay. So it's very simple, and just for everybody watching, instead of funding salaries to what has been recommended by the, if it's the will of the majority, it would be to add a new position. Yep.
The one thing of doing that is we add the new position this year, then we, again, we're going to have to come back and it's going to make it harder. Going to be harder next year because you're basically, you know, now you've got that position, it's already there, it's already being funded. And so now next year you got these people who you didn't get them to where you wanted to. I know that it's, like I say, boy, looking at that, it's hard to do that. But then next year we have to come back and then it has to be done. So it isn't as if we're not going to spend the money. All we're doing is delaying it.
So what you're basically saying is we're not gonna hire anybody for about 5 years.
No. I didn't say
No, not at all.
Employees that are working their butts off and working overtime and stressed out, they're gonna have to keep moving.
No one has ever said that. In fact, we have consistently said, and I'll repeat it again, the staff recommendation, again, we are here to make recommendations, you make the decisions, has been to take what the expert, the third-party consultant you asked us to engage and prepare a study, implement their recommendations, then come back at some further point and add positions. So my only other clarifying question on this matter would be, is it the intent that these 15 people or whoever you have deemed in the analysis, the intent is to catch them up in the next budget year to where they should be in their grade and step? Yeah. So essentially we're spreading it 2 years is what I'm trying to, okay.
The one thing we did say, one of the things that we tabled was to prioritize the stuff that we put on table. So the two that comes to mind real quick is the assistant at the fire department and the
Maintenance guy.
Building and maintenance.
building maintenance. So we would have to decide which one's one and which one's two. And I know that there were some others, that's what comes to my mind at top. And so, you know, next year, that would be a major thing, or maybe even mid-year, I don't know. And, but that would be our top priority next year. So, you know, what we're saying, I guess, is we would, let's assume that it's the building maintenance manager, you know, I don't know. Then if everything goes well and the winds that are back at the mid-year point, we would have that flexibility within the budget. We would then go out and get that. If not, then next year we'd figure out how to get that into the budget. Is that correct? Am I thinking of that?
Again, if that's what the council would like to do, I don't want to speak for the fire chief, but I think the fire chief has made it clear that in lieu of a new position, he would rather have salaries applied as has been recommended.
Yeah, and I agree with
So,
that, but I'm
I
just
see what you're
saying,
saying.
the way it would go is, let's say we implemented it as it, so we implemented it as in it was recommended.
Over 2 years.
No, as Plan 2 was recommended, we implemented. No block at 20%.
Right.
Okay, so it's implemented.
Okay.
Then we start talking about bringing in new resources. And so let's make an assumption that the resource is the maintenance manager.
I see what you're saying.
Okay, so then that maintenance manager, the hard maintenance, would then come really high on the priority list. So let's say, again, the winds that are back, making just something, then maybe this year, if the wind was are back in the budget, we might be able to bring that resource in mid-year. Probably not, but maybe. But next year, then it would, so when we hired somebody, that would be the first person, and that would be high on our priority list to get that now taken care of.
That essentially would be staff's recommendation to
That's right.
implement what has been recommended to you by
Yeah.
Baker Tilly, to come back at a later date and add positions.
That's right.
We talked about crystal ball, we can't tell you when that will be, but we're confident based on sales tax collections and
Right.
new value, whether that's mid-year or before, to add a position. We've also been pretty consistent in past years about making adjustments and adding positions mid-year as our financial capacity allows.
Kim, what was our new valuations for this year?
20 million.
I might add, that was essentially one large multifamily complex. I don't want to speculate, but I'm confident next year we'll have far more new value. And again, do a windshield
I
tour.
just ran some quick numbers on Tricon, and I'm figuring that's gonna be at least $48 million when that's done.
It could be significant. You know, you have the addition down the street here. The Phase 3 is under construction. Trying to think. Up at
Square.
Oak Mill, you have the square. There's new value coming, which would allow us to add brand-new budget positions in the near future. Yep.
So question, Melanie is probably the one to answer this. If we decide, like Nick says, to go with the building maintenance person, the $62,301 that you have listed in here as a base salary, is that within the realm of this study that was done? Yes.
Classification.
But the fact that we're setting that at 62,301, do you feel like that fits in with this study?
What would the
No.
classification of that position be?
She wants to make sure that that position is at the right
We're not going to have
range.
to give them a 50% raise next year because we brought them in at too low.
I guess it just depends on what experience it is and what they bring forward. Do we have that flexibility to give them additional if that's the case? Whoever we choose to have that position. So, the starting pay is that amount, yes, but as far
But in the
as.
past, y'all go to the lowest, though, yeah.
Yeah, right. It just depends on if we can hire somebody with at that amount, if they have the experience, where we want to go farther, you know, or any good candidates.
And then,
Mayor Pro Tem, just a couple of comments to add to consideration. So the 20% cap that's being thrown out there to consider, that affects 6 people in the 3 departments manage The fire department, that's 6 people. The other 2 departments, emergency management, that doesn't affect. And it doesn't affect the fire chief, right? I'm under that. I would be under that cap. But that's 6 people in the fire department. Those are some of our longest tenured folks with the greatest responsibility that have arguably been under the market through their tenure here. Is the decision that you're making. That's the impact, the real world impact to the staff that that decision has.
So did we want to run that back to Baker Tilly just to see what that?
Yeah, so just out of abundance of caution, remind us what exactly, and then we'll take that back to Baker Tilly and come back with you. So you want to take these 15 positions that were
Yeah, I'll
picked.
send this to you when I get home. I'll
Yeah.
get you somebody. It's,
The desire is to cap the increase.
well, I mean, that's.
Right.
It looks like there's basically 2 options right now that we've got, that we're actually considering.
Right.
Right. Not the 3rd option. I don't think we'd make it out of this building if we tried to
So-
go with the 3rd option.
So the,
So,
so the 2 options are as recommended, correct? As you've got that
Option one,
information.
yeah.
And your option is to cap for 15
Well,
people at
it's-
20%.
Yeah, right.
With understanding that they would be placed based on the market and step the following year.
That's right.
Yeah, postpone the entirety of the increase, amortize that over 2 years.
And
Yeah.
and just so we're clear, these are generally more tenured people. Right.
More what?
They're more tenured people. They've been here.
Oh, absolutely.
Experience,
Absolutely, and that's the.
One other point, the catch-up next year is not going to be flat, correct? If we
No.
follow our plan that
That's
was
right.
adopted by the city council, we need a cost of living and a step.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely.
Okay.
So and that's what, like earlier when they said, when we put the 3% just to the bottom, you gotta be careful about that. You gotta give a cost of living. And then this second, then the more tenured people who's way behind the curve would then get that extra on caught up.
Sure.
Absolutely. That's why it has to be done that way, or else you're causing a compression problem.
So what we would be gaining by deferral is adding a position, just to be clear, right? So deferral of catching this number of
Yeah.
people up next year,
It
what we're
would-
doing is being able to add this position, that's the offset, right? That's what we're trying to do, is add the position and not,
Is the-
and cap it at 20% in order to add this, whatever the position decided is, right?
Yeah, and that, when
And
I.
that's against all staffs, that's not their recommendation.
And I would tell you too, we all understand this, but for the people who are not here, the perception is not going to be received favorably by employees. I would commit to you that if there's anything myself or Randy and I can do in terms of one-time building maintenance, we'll do it. We'll absolutely do it. I think it is short-sighted to add a position, assuming we can fill a position in this environment. I think we need to take care of the people that are here, as we've stated. And I'm not against our recommendation, just want to be clear. I understand where you're coming from, that these are concerns you've heard, but very difficult to hear, especially this late from the city council when we're set to adopt on Tuesday.
Well, it's just a pretty, I mean, it's just, like I say, this is something that was brought up late yesterday, and I just did the math, so.
Sure.
Pretty simple, right, math, but,
So I
that's
guess I would have a
something I
question.
guess council needs to take into effect, we're not passing, because we said this is hard on the citizens, we're not passing this savings on to citizens, we're refunding, we're actually gonna bring a potential new resource in, so it's not gonna.
Well, that's true, but at the same time, you know, if we can have somebody here and protect the assets that we have, that's also a savings as well. Again, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. We've got difficult decisions to make. No matter what we do, somebody's gonna be unhappy. you know, including us. You know, none of these decisions make us happy, you know, it's not easy.
You know, I would probably recommend this would be a slight deviation from our financial management policies in keeping with what's objective and recommended, that maybe we add the position, we bet on the come and new value, and recognize that we may draw down from fund balance. If it's your desire to add the building maintenance manager, let's do it, not at the expense of what has been recommended for raises. I'm telling you, this is damaging to do this in this way.
Mary?
Absolutely.
It's a public hearing, anybody can talk.
So, obviously, I'm gonna be one that's affected. I'm kind of upset right now. I'm 52 years old. I've given this city 32 years of my life. My life, including all these other employees. It's a slap in my face for y'all to sit there and not adopt what was recommended. Kim and them have come up with a balanced budget, and I don't understand. I understand y'all got to answer to the citizens. We do. But these people bust their butts. All the employees do. And if you don't go with that plan, you're going to damage this city and the employees. I promise you that.
Yes, ma'am.
Several comments. You know, when you look at statistics, they're important. But when you want to put a cap, you know, like 20% raise, then you are not looking at individuals, just like our assistant fire chief came up. In other words, you can't just look at statistics. You have to look at human beings. And, you know, I've said it before, I think we should adopt the Baker-Tilly plan. But I would like to get maybe a show of hands, maybe if the majority of the council doesn't even want to go to Baker-Tilly with this 20% change, we don't even have to do that. The other point, if the majority of the council does want Baker-Tilly to look at this 20% cap, once we get that information back from them, we, the council, depending on what information we get from them, would not necessarily then feel like that 20% cap was appropriate. So I don't even want to go to Baker-Tilly with that request, but even if we do, it's not a given that that's what we will eventually decide on. I just wanted to make that clear.
So I will state this. I absolutely don't see any need in us going back to them. We already know what it is. We know what the 20%, what they're going to. The one person, well, not one person, somebody that I would lean on heavily of making a decision would be Kim right there, and our finance director, and telling us, okay, if we put this 20% in, which affects basically 21 people, 16 of them is the biggest impact. What impact, how much pain is that going to put on us next year? What does she recommend? Because she's a finance person, she's the one that looks at this every day and says, yeah, okay, you can take the easy way out and you can set it and say, okay, we did 20%, but now it's made a mess for us next year to clean up. So that, to me, that's the questions in my head that I go through, is just that.
Well, I don't have the numbers.
Right.
But I would say anything that you postpone or delay is just going to be harder next year. I mean, this is a difficult task that y'all assigned to staff to fund option 2, and it's not going to get easier.
Right, there you go.
So let me offer this. If we were to implement salaries as proposed by Baker-Tilly and include the building maintenance position effective October 1, does that accomplish the desired majority of the council?
How can you do that? You don't have that money.
Huh?
You don't have that money apparently to hire anybody. You put a no hire thing on.
I'm asking if we implement the recommendation from Baker-Tilly and we include one new budgeted position effective October 1, does that encapsulate everyone's desires? I believe I have heard it is yes. The question is, how do we pay for it?
Right.
We're essentially, okay, essentially, we would be front-loading what we believe to be the case at mid-year, that sales tax comes in higher than what we have budgeted, which is always very conservative, right? And that values next year will be as what we predict them to be. I think this is a bit presumptuous to add the position, assuming that we can fill it at its proposed grade. But what I'm asking you is if we can temporarily deviate from our financial management policies for a short amount of time, if that achieves the will of the council. Because again, what has been proposed, we're here to do whatever you would like. It is very damaging. We need to stray from the haves and have-nots as far as we can. And I find personally no logical position that would be tolerable to employees based on what's been presented from us.
I'm
So if
gonna-
we add the position October 1, does that get us to a yes? That's my question.
So I'll tell you this much, me making a decision of voting either one of these, what you just said will have no bearing upon that. My bearing will be big time in the getting this to Kim doing it, coming back, and then me saying, okay, this. I'm very conservative on things like that, so I'm also, if I can do it, I'd rather do it now rather than later. I don't want to kick the can down the road. You all heard me say that. And I absolutely don't want to force the city into, just to get my vote, saying we're going to give you this position, and then that, let's say something happens and then you all can't deliver on that because it didn't turn out the way we thought. So that's why I wouldn't allow that to calculate into mine.
Sure. So I'll defer to Kim, but I'll tell you if it's, as I propose it, is acceptable, I think it's doable. The reality is we have budgeted positions that are vacant in the police department. It's not reasonable to assume that they're going to be magically filled October 1.
Yeah.
We will continue to fill them, right?
Yeah.
Which will create some amount of salary savings. We've talked about this before. Salary savings become, add to fund balance, and then they're allocated usually through mid-year and year-end as projects come up to the city council. I do think that a few months in, so long as sales tax holds, that we could pay for the position.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And this is just going to be another failed salary study to the employees.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I know y'all get mad at me or whatever. It's hard being a council person and trying to be people, explain to y'all how much we care for y'all, okay? But I need you to understand, some people that's been here 40 years, 36 years, and I get that, okay? They deserve, and I'm not, and see, if I say this, somebody else is gonna get pissed off at me, but in my opinion, longevity has a lot to play with the payroll. I don't care who you are, what position you are, if you've given that much of your life, like Scott says, I think you deserve a little bit more than somebody that's only been here 2 years.
Right.
But that's not what this is gonna do. You're not doing it that.
Yes, it does.
No, it's the exact opposite,
Yes, it
Councilmember.
does. I did the analysis, and option B absolutely does that. I can show you the data.
So, real quick. Brett,
It just treats everybody fairly,
Yeah.
equitably, from the top to the lowest wage earner. And that, there's no other way to do it other than fairly that way. Deviating from that causes the problem, and that's what we're discussing. This is the most equitable, fairest way to do it.
There's some people that haven't been here 2 years that are getting how much of a raise?
In general, I'm going to read it off. This is averages. A person 1 to 2 years this is average, is going to get 8.5% raise. A person 3 to 5 years, on average, will get an 11.4% raise. A person 5 to 8 years, on average, will get a 16.3% raise. A person 9 years and above, on average, will get a 20.9% raise. It goes up, so that's it. I mean, that's the raw data. That's the crunching. I can even see in the Excel spreadsheet, and you can look at it yourself. And these are average. Some people get more when you do an average, but I did the data. I'll 100% stand behind it.
Okay, Brad just pulled this up, and we've got 9 positions right now. Police corporal, emergency management, wastewater tech, public services, to the total of $624,794.
Those are open positions. So those are funded through this budget plan, correct?
That's correct. And
So, and like you said, it's not probable that magically we're going to be spending $624,000 over the course of the October 24 year.
Right.
well, it's, I think the better way maybe to frame it is, it's not probable that those positions would be filled October 1.
Right. So there should be some, it's not savings.
Well, it is salary savings. It is not completely, the problem is when we have longstanding vacancies, we use more overtime. But what I would say, to not stray from what has been recommended, is that if it makes the council happy, let's add the building maintenance position October 1, which likely is not going to be funded October 1. I mean, we can try, we can advertise, and that may be the more sane approach, honestly, is advertise the position now, see what the applicant pool is. We're assuming that we've got an applicant pool at, I couldn't tell you what the market is in that particular position.
But that's what you've been telling us all this time. If we get everybody at the market, it's going to be easier for us to hire people at that range.
That's correct. Existing employees, not new positions.
Now you just said that that's not saying that we can do it.
Well, it takes time to hire people and get them in. So
Yeah.
Well,
All
the
I'm
thing
saying
is
is
we were
we need-
looking at contracting this, and then that was okay. Now we're trying to hire somebody for that position. It doesn't seem to be okay. You know, so I'm a little confused in that respect. You know, I mean, the money was coming from somewhere to
Okay.
pay for the
The
work, whether it
difference
was
is an the
employee or
recommendation for the
contracted.
contract, we said it would be a one-time contract.
That's
And so
correct, yeah.
technically, there is a difference, right? If you add something that's ongoing and you're using fund balance, then it's not a structurally balanced budget.
Or let's do this, let's add the position, much like we did temporary positions a council meeting ago, and say, this is temporarily funded for 2 years. That makes it a one-time expense. That would give us an opportunity to put a posting out to see if the market is responsive, if we can get people, and fill that position October 1. That is the more reasonable approach, as opposed to the detriment of existing employees at a position, which, again, I will not recommend, and no one rationally in this room would receive that favorably.
Well,
Let's try
again-
that. I think that's a fair compromise.
And compromise is what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And, you know, the fact
Randy?
that we're brought one option, and then, and please forgive me, guys, you know, because nothing personal here, but the fact that one option is brought to us when the council has requested things at several different meetings, and we can't make a decision for what we've been asking for based on one option, so we provide a second option. And that's led to a discussion for a compromise. It sounds like it's becoming more reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
so,
and this is what, this is how good councils and staff work together and operate.
I appreciate that. If that's the compromise, I'm happy to do it tomorrow. We'll post the position for a building maintenance position with a, and this happens a lot, especially in cities where you have grant-funded positions. We'll note it as 2 years, which you're not going to get an applicant if they only have a job for 6 months or something like that. And with the understanding that when we can fund it fully in the future, that we'll fund it entirely.
But
whether
we
it's
should be able
mid-year
to
or
fund it
later.
fully in the future with all the businesses that are supposed to be coming in, correct?
Absolutely. And like I said, as we've discussed earlier, with new property growth and sales tax, I'm confident in 2 years' time we could absorb that.
Well, and I think we're going to experience savings just from the job description of the position itself. We will be not having to fund one-time expenses to replace things as we go along because we funded an ongoing expense in preventative maintenance, getting this position to where, we're not doing a capital outlay as often and able to stretch things out and make better use of our one-time funds through the financing of the position.
Sure. Yeah, I think completely accept your point by taking maintenance, but I want to be careful that we wouldn't say you've got to fund your position in savings, right? We couldn't.
No.
But I see what you're saying. If we have somebody keeping up on things, and I think a lot of it is just some of the smaller things that add up to be a lot, like painting here and there, lighting citywide, having some person to coordinate that would be helpful.
Mary?
So it sounds like the.
Let Mary go first.
Oh, sorry.
So I think Gabe has offered a good solution, but I'm confused about how much emphasis this one particular position that we don't have is getting so much attention. I can think of probably 5 to 10 positions that I would love for our city to be able to have, but I'm just reminding us that we as a council have agreed over time that we want to take care of these salaries first. And no position that we lack is as important as accepting this Baker Tilly proposal. So I am an advocate of wanting more positions. We lack those. We have overworked staff. Sometimes we just need more people in that category. But would this position be part of the Public Works Department?
Yeah, I think you'd report to Randy.
So I think you've offered us a good solution that we can keep this plan in place. But I just wanted to remind all of us that we've all agreed that.
So-
Salaries come first, then new positions.
So let's do
Once we
this.
get that going well and maintaining it and keeping up with the market, then we can get new positions.
I've mentioned this to some of you in this discussion. You remember kind of the list. This is probably February. All the departments compiled the list. We included all the unfunded positions. I think it would be helpful once we can get a budget adopted to begin the very difficult work of prioritizing after that. It's clear from all of you that the building maintenance manager is a priority. We'll add that with one-time money. As I've explained, but after that, maybe September, October, whatever, it'd be helpful for all of us to have a discussion on how we, after this building maintenance manager, where are the next position additions? My recommendation would be to you, as soon as the police department is fully staffed, that we add patrol officers. I don't think anybody would probably dispute that, but after that, it gets really difficult. Do we add one position, say in the library versus one in public services? This requires more discussion, but it's not related, I would say, to this budget right now. But I do think we have a compromise, as I've recommended, right?
I mean, I haven't said much yet on this, but I really like what you've proposed, Gabe. I think it kills both, knocks off two things here. I've witnessed departments where, air conditioner goes down. I've seen a police lieutenant trying to track down an air conditioner repair. They should be able to just contact this building person and have them take care of it and go on about doing their business. Same thing with the rec center and all the other departments. There's things that people don't see. I mean, Nick and I were out at the rec center a couple of weeks ago, and just standing there, the things we saw, the mastic coming away from the building, cracking, plants growing on the roof, just thing needing a pressure wash, and we need somebody to give our buildings the attention they need. Heaven forbid we have a press conference or something and people see what our facilities look like. We need to step it up.
Absolutely agree, Paul. The community center, the facing around the outside was just literally peeling off, falling off in huge chunks. it was an embarrassment to have to go there. And it didn't take much to fix it, but we just need somebody out there to take care of these things.
Randy's guys are maxed out. I mean,
And they
we-
are.
We need somebody to handle this.
And they respond 24/7.
Community center is that's an insurance claim. We have a contractor that we finally found that we got through the, what's it called? PID. It's going to be out here probably next week, and they're going to tear all that off and replace it.
Right, and then was it that one day that the winds got real high and somebody opened the door and it ripped the door off the hinges, you know, things like that. Those things happen, and we need to get those taken care of in a timely manner, because what was it, March, April, when we reported the thing about the community center, and here we are going into September, you know? The longer those things are not attended, the more damage is done to our buildings. And, you know, buildings, like employees, are not cheap.
So, do we have a consensus with the council then that we go with option 2 as it is presented with the one-time 2-year?
Yeah.
I'd like to see the numbers from Kim on Tuesday before I decide on that.
So we wouldn't, I don't think we'd have any new numbers for you. So it'd be option 2 as presented.
Yeah.
Which is Baker Tilly's recommendation. I know we have a lot of different numbers, but let's say Baker Tilly's recommendation. We will add a new budgeted position. We'll recognize it as temporary. I believe the number was it 62,000? Yes.
With all of the benefits, a 62,000, a position starting at 62,000 will be 94,200. And then I assume that you would want to then keep the van, the $80,000 van, right? You don't want a building maintenance person that doesn't have the vehicle that's fully stocked.
And that's a one-time request, which we have
Correct.
flexibility.
Correct.
Pending
But
council.
But the total of all of the one-time, since it's considered a temporary position, would be $174,200.
And we're talking about Baker Tilly's option 2, not Nick's option 2.
That is correct.
That's right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
I just
talking
want that
about
to be
the-
perfectly
yeah.
clear.
Yeah.
So with option 2, you're gonna be able to help fill the police department and the fire department and everybody that you said, correct? It's gonna help where we can start hiring people that.
I believe that what the consultant has recommended reflects the market, that if we adjust the people who are here with us now, as well as vacant positions to the market, yes, absolutely, I believe it will help fill vacancies. We saw that last year. I believe that we will be able to draw a larger applicant pool. I can't commit to you. I don't think the chief could either, whether we can guarantee you that, but I believe we are far more competitive in the standing in the market.
So, put Mr. Regs on the spot. I think a couple times ago you said that you, with this going through, it would greatly increase your.
So last year, we did the 10% plus 3% to public safety. That increased my hiring by 7 persons. And so we lost 2 of those people this year, so we're still sitting at the 6 openings. But yes, I feel that if we go to a good competitiveness in the pay rate, that we'll be able to fill those positions, because we are an attractive community. Just what hurts us with the younger generation is they look at where the pay goes over range, you know. Years ago, you looked at starting pay, and that's all they cared about. But now they look at what's my top out pay and how quick can I get there? And if we're not in the market, they really don't consider us very often.
So have we basically quit training people before they quit? You know what I'm saying? Because we spend a lot of money on people.
No, so we're still hiring people that are uncertified. It's the applicants that we're attracting. We're sending those to the academy. Mr. McKinnon back here is a recent graduate. He's in training. He's one of those people that we sent to the academy and got him back. So I anticipate that's still going to be the case, but I am hoping that once we increase our pay into the market, that we're going to attract those people that are certified and not have to send everybody to the academy. That's our hope and our goal, so.
So what I'm asking you, if we do the option 2 and say we're training people or whatever, certifying them or whatever,
Mhm.
then they're gonna stay here with us instead of us pay for that training and then they quit, basically.
That's always our hope. I mean, you always got the folks that are looking for Plano or Frisco or something like that that we can't compete with, and we know that. So you'll still have a option, to lose people to agencies like that, but the majority of our folks are homegrown or at least live here close by, so there's really they're not enticed to travel more than what they have to, especially here in the Metroplex with traffic congestion the way it is. So yeah, I anticipate that if we can get them in the door, we can keep them.
And so if we go with this option 2, which I'm not against, okay, y'all need to understand that. I just want to make sure that our city can handle it. So if we go with this option 2, and all these departments that are shorthanded right now, and that we might be able to hire some people, all your overtime and y'all being stressed out is not going to bother you, is it? Because that's a big concern, is that a lot of y'all are stressed out to the max. Y'all have to wear more than one hat. And so with this option 2, y'all know y'all are going to have to wait a little bit longer to hire people, correct, Gabe?
I think that has been clear and consistent, that it is the recommendation of myself and everyone here to recognize employees based on their standing in the market and their tenure in their position before adding new positions.
Okay.
That is clear.
To make it clear.
And also, to your point, and I appreciate your sympathy regarding to employees, I think this was discussed with the employee survey committee. We intend to recommended to provide relief in the future by adding new budgeted positions. It's just not right at this moment, with the exception of the building maintenance manager. Let's say we approve the budget Tuesday, we'll get that advertised later this week, and then, see what the market is. That's another reason why I think we need to stay the course with what's been recommended before we say, okay, we've got to fill this position at the expense of salaries. We're assuming we can fill this building maintenance position. We'll be able to tell you in a month what the applicant pool is for that particular position. Yeah.
I got a couple of questions since we're talking about overtime. If I'm not bad mistaken, our overtime on average last year was about 8%, give or take, a few decimal points.
I don't recall. Is that the number I gave you?
Yeah, it's 8 something, 8 yada, yada, yada.
Okay.
So when I seen that, I know that in the industry, 10%'s the draw line. You go usually over 10%, negative things start happening. You go below 10%, you're usually okay. The next thing is what I don't know, and I guess I'll ask here, is how much of that overtime was mandatory versus voluntary?
So I defer to the chiefs, but with minimum staffing and public safety, almost all of it's mandatory, correct?
Biggest bulk of it. There's the occasion where we have a case that you start at 2 hours before shift gets out and you're here an hour or two after, but the bulk of it is mandatory overtime to cover shifts.
Okay.
And that's all taken through.
Just something to Chief Ragsdale. I think you said you lost 2 employees, and then, I'm not going to get into details, but it wasn't salary related, where in the past, we've lost people because of pay, and with the increases
that's
and
correct.
stuff has brought us more competitive, and with this increase, it'll even be more competitive. Am I
That's
correct?
That's correct, yes.
So I also want to say something else, that the thing that we brought up and what we're trying to fix here, which is to some extent maybe a little uncomfortable, is by getting people in, we're able to hire people, but we're not able to keep them. What that shows is we've gotten our lower level, our boundary right within the salary structure now, but now we've got a compression problem. And the compression problem shows up is, they're going to come work for you, and they're going to get that experience, and they're going to get the hell out of here and go to somebody who's going to give them a career, not a job. And what we're trying to do here, really and truthfully, is to fix a career. And, that's really the thing of it. So to show that we got people, they start, they get their training, and then they leave, that's really the root cause of that problem is this compression within our salary. So I just want to point that out to we thinking that, and so that's why I guess I went back to, I absolutely believe that this will fix the root cause of the problem of why we have so much turnover in that realm.
I completely agree, Councilmember, and that's why if we don't implement what Baker Tilly has recommended, I think it is very, very damaging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing that I would like to see provided to the council, because there's 3 of us here that like to play with numbers. I think that's our hobby. When we get information like this, instead of sending us the flat file, the PDF screenshot, if you could send us the data for us to manipulate so we can look at things from different perspectives. Again, that allows us to compromise with what we think that the city needs. And we would appreciate if you could provide that to us in the future.
Happy to do that. Yeah.
And then that way we
Let us
could do
know.
that earlier in the game instead of on a Saturday.
Right. Yeah, with the salary study, which I know we're kind of beating it to death, but that was presented in March, and we asked you all to contact Baker Tilly directly with questions.
That much information like we needed.
Yeah, well, let me know
Well,
next time.
I'm not being ugly, but you wait till the last minute to give us something that we really need to have about a week or 2 to study.
Right, so
before we have
you,
to vote on it.
yeah, you tell me when you need it, and I'll get it just as soon as I can.
We've
Fair?
asked you for it several times.
Okay.
So we don't need it, but
Thank you.
And I would like to say on the agenda link stuff, you can only put information in as a PDF. So you can't have it in Excel, so it would have to be completely separate from what's the agenda link. So, just so you know, you have to upload it as a PDF.
I think we've got a clear directive on it. Let's circle back now and go the list of items that we had as we were going through the book, and hopefully get this done so we can all go home and watch football or do whatever. The first thing we have is page 31, employee programs. I'm going to speak first on this. I heard a lot of positive feedback after people went to the baseball game, and I think this is something we need to keep continuing doing. This goes along not just with the salaries, but the morale of the city staff. The big scheme of things, it's really not that much, but.
So we got a lot of employees here, or a few, I'm glad to see. What's your all's opinion on this? Jump up here.
Mayor Pro Tem Council, I won't take up much of your time. I know that y'all, and I don't know that everybody recognizes it, but y'all have a very hard job to do. When you answer the citizens, it's different than what we look at. I do know this. Do I agree with everything the salary study come up with? No, that's my opinion. But I do know, for me, that's been here 23 years, you can all know you have the data. I'm not benefiting from this hardly at all, so I'm not going to make this about me, but I will say I have a group of peers that have also been here a long time. They are deserving, no doubt about it. I think my personal opinion is we go with option 2. That's just my opinion. We go with option 2, and we dedicate and commit ourselves to filling these jobs. I will say I ran a company and ran a maintenance company at one time, and I can tell you it's hard to find maintenance personnel. But we have to take care of the property that we have now. If we don't do this, this is our failure. It's just going to get worse. I'm in probably one of the most needy buildings there is. It's not worth fixing that building at, and gratefully enough that somebody's going to be moving over there into the new one. It won't be me, but hopefully that'll happen. But I would encourage you, and I know you all know me. I'm not going to make it personal, but for these folks' sake, I think option 2 will work with a guarantee that we're going to commit ourselves to doing and filling these positions. That's what you need to ask for, is you want commitment that that's what's going to happen that'll help benefit these folks right here.
And we need to do it what we said that we were going to do it for, not at the lowest level.
Absolutely. Well, you just got to be at market. You're not going to hire a maintenance guy that is qualified
Right.
for a starting salary of 50, 60. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I came from that field. Yeah. But please look at that, consider it, and let's move forward.
No. Hey,
I might do it as a contractor.
So, hey, before you leave, what we were talking about, this, and yeah, you got to speak to that. The employee programs, especially like going to a ball game, having things like that.
Yeah. I think that's important. I mean, here's the deal. Salaries are one thing, but it is encouraging to have activities that we all get to, because in our busy lives, I know mine and Chief's and several folks, we don't get to intermingle much. We don't have a lot of time for, I'm going to say joy. We don't. Yeah. It's very time consuming, a lot of pressure, especially in my field. Yeah. I think that's important. I don't think you throw that out. You guys make the decisions, but I think that's important that we keep some of that going. Yeah. I appreciate that, and I think others do.
Yeah.
But the camaraderie is huge. I mean,
Yeah.
the intermingling and being able to communicate, and good ideas come out when people do that, so.
Well, again, and we've gotten away, and that's just, it happens. We've gotten away from all departments. We used to intermingle a lot. We used to go help each other. We need to get back to that. We absolutely do. And I'm fortunate because I have guys that came from Public Works that can do some of this stuff. And I think we need, that's kind of expected. When it says other jobs and duties required, to me, we work for the city. I don't work for one department. We all work together. And if someone needs help, we need to be encouraging that. Cross-training. I'm a big cross-trainer, as you know. I think that's something we need to look at. Let's help each other out while we don't have these positions available. There's some of us that have those capabilities of doing that.
Can I say something? All this employee programs and stuff, we don't have to go to a ballpark or something. We can do something here in the city or something
I agree.
close and just be, intermingle like we used to. Community is what this is. And
But it does
community
help
what
to
it
get out of
needs
the
to go back
atmosphere
to. It does.
of the workplace.
Just
Thank
remember,
y'all.
next Saturday, pig roast at my house.
Yeah, and you better all show up.
Everybody show up at one time, okay? Let's all be there at 12, so that way he's gonna feed us all at once.
Well, there'll be one whole pig there.
He's gonna feed everybody here.
Oh, yeah, it will.
I
And
want
it's
you to know how
not one
much.
that Nick traps, so if anybody has any doubts.
Well, I can speak for myself. I think I can speak for others. We do appreciate y'all, and we respect what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you, Larry. I think Chief Craver wanted to speak.
So talking about on the Ranger game, like I said, we used to do the picnics and all that, but it's nice for the employees to get out of the city.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, I told a couple of people, but the Ranger game was a huge success. Melanie and them did an awesome job. And it's funny because all the employees there, you're in regular clothes, and people are like, what part do you work in or whatever. So I'll tell you, the Ranger game was huge, and I would not take that out. I mean, everybody, all the employees that were there really enjoyed it, so.
Why didn't y'all bring the council?
Yeah, where was our invite? We'll pay our own way.
Well, on that too, going to the Ranger game, we're not having staff having to work. That's something we're appreciating them for.
Yeah.
That was one of the reasons, and the main
I don't
event,
think
same
we're
way.
taking it out. I just think that there's something that we can do in the city too, so that the council and everybody could show up, let the citizens enjoy y'all also.
Cool.
Okay.
Any
Any other comments on this? Okay, so
So I guess that's gonna be.
we'll leave it in there then. The next was page 35, Sister City. Not a lot of money, but need to discuss it.
Well, I really think because our charter does not mention international, I think anything international needs to be cut out.
So Bryn just texted me. He said he hadn't found anything in the charter, but that he would look. And the Sister City organization is U.S.-based. It was created by President Eisenhower. So,
You had to go international to get to them, so, yeah.
no, we haven't gone.
But we really haven't done anything with Sister City in 3 years, so.
That's right. Yeah, the only thing we've accepted, a delegation came to visit. There has been talk of maybe folks on their own visiting in the future. Yeah.
I just don't think that's something that we need to support at this point in time.
What are we talking about?
$440.
Well, no, I mean, we don't just give it away, do we? I mean, we would use it to spend something, I mean.
Yeah, the 400 is to belong to the organization Sister Cities,
Oh,
which is
okay.
U.S.-based, but it promotes sister city relationships.
Oh, okay. So it's
It's just a membership fee.
It's a membership
Yep.
fee.
No different than
I think our sister city should be Saginaw, Michigan, because,
Saginaw. Yeah.
Have
we
you ever
can
been
certainly
there?
ask.
Yeah.
I'll take you offline. I'll take you offline. I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, I was aiming to say, I'm.
I think Mary wants to say something.
Mary,
It was just, I think we should bring up things that are higher dollar amounts. $440, it's like, don't even talk about it. It's insignificant.
what's the council's desire to do? Not we beat it to death? Keep it?
I don't see any reason to keep anything international, I'm sorry.
We're not using it, so.
Brett?
I think at this point, it's already in there. Let's not redo everything and So maybe we set aside some time to discuss it during the year and come to a decision so that for next year, we know which direction we're going. I don't think it's worth redoing all the books and redoing the budget just specifically for that, for this year.
So, I agree with that. So the thing is, if we're going to be part of the membership of it, then how are we utilizing that to the benefit of the citizens? You know, sending out letters. I mean, even if we have the library, they're gone. No, there should. As I'm saying, even have the library have
a comfy chair.
Have a friends write backwards and forwards to our sister city. I do agree with that. If we're going to be a member of it, then we need to do something with it.
Happy
That's
to do
right.
that. Good. And it may be something that was mentioned with the library and the America Cities, the people that we had from China and things like that. Maybe some of these people may want to suggest a sister city or something with us.
But at the same time, we've talked often about hosting cultural events. You know, that's something that the library could do too, and it's local, not.
It's a great plug. I think the cultural dinner is what, August 21st? 22nd. What, 6 or 7? So, okay, all right. So be in attendance. It'll be fun.
6:30, get there early.
Yep.
Cover your bases.
Talking about cultural, Pedro, for the training grain, the dance routine that was done at the All-American City, you've encouraged them to do that at our Training Grain Festival, right?
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. Welcome back to me. No, I have not. So currently, our entertainment schedule for Training Grain got a little bit spinny because now we have a second stage. So now we have more openings. That's a possibility that we could definitely ask them to do it. I think they might ask that you might have to join this time as well.
I think
so
the
we
mayor
can get
should
done.
lead it. He's not here, so we can
yeah,
make him
well,
in
the mayor
charge.
did participate. So, but yeah, that's a possibility we could do that. Yeah.
I mean, he was a big success up there dancing, so.
We had some people complain about altitude and making them dizzy, but yeah. We talked a little bit about page 35 also about the training and travel. I think we've kind of addressed that.
Yeah.
Have people kind of police it and do the best they can to keep those costs down, unless anybody else has any other comments. All right, 52. 52. We talked about the lieutenant to captain and the admin, and I think we'll put both of these on the list for coming up with the priorities of mid-year adjustments, if everybody's good with that. Let's see. Yeah, we had the employee program for the police bank, but I think that stuff's important, and we need to recognize that, so I'd like to leave that in there unless anybody else has anything else. Okay, we've talked about the building manager and the van, we were gonna do one time. That still leaves us with the landscaping.
Got a finger up there.
I'd like to say something on that.
Gotta slap me harder. My
So
neck's already sore from
What I'd like to put out there is that if the full-time building maintenance position doesn't get filled, then we hold off on the maintenance van. And then we do execute the flower bed maintenance in lieu of the other two. And I understand there's the difference of the 100 and whatever thousand for the building maintenance down to the 80,000 in flower bed maintenance. I do believe the flower bed maintenance is an absolute priority. And so it'd be good if the maintenance manager position could get that executed as well. But that would be my recommendation.
So do you have a problem? Can we handle that, Randy? We hire the maintenance person and we'll move the van below the flower bed maintenance.
No, he said, he said if he doesn't hire, if we can't find a maintenance man.
Right.
forget the van and go to the flower beds, but if you
Okay.
get a maintenance man, there will be a van.
How long do we wait before we pull the trigger?
Well, the flower bed maintenance would probably be something that happens in the late winter, early spring.
Fall.
And so if we don't have somebody at that point, then
March-ish.
execute the contract for the 80,000, because we've already gone 5 months into the year without hiring anybody.
Yeah, I would almost, well, I wouldn't almost, I would say, hire the maintenance guy, let him use one of our regular trucks, make them limp along with what we got,
Do you have something you could
and
use
get
for
those
the
flower beds.
So that's the problem is vehicles. You know, for a building maintenance guy, he needs a van, something that has a place where he can stockpile stuff. Which I think one of the council members mentioned, you know, why don't you have these things? I don't need this guy running back and forth to Home Depot or Lowe's or wherever
Right.
getting supplies. I want to stock the van.
Yeah.
Fluorescent lights, light fixture, you know, different things, ladders.
Well, it might be good to get the person hired and let them kind of outfit it and figure out
Right.
how they want to
That's
do it.
exactly the intent.
Instead of just saying, this is what you got to work with, and then not have it work.
Right.
Okay.
That's good.
Tools
But
are
to answer
important
your
to any
question,
job.
I mean, if we don't get the guy hired, we can continue on with the way I'm doing it now and out of a pickup until we, you know, get it resolved.
Well,
Might
I'm,
get you like a cargo trailer, just have it fitted out, so
It's
anybody could pull it
towable.
when they needed it for the city.
well, I mean, if we fund it, we're gonna put pressure on you to get him hired.
Okay. The next thing was page 79, the softball complex fence slabs.
Okay.
Now, just for clarification, is this
Valerie has.
the backstop fence, or is this the outfield fence? Okay.
But
Is
I
this
have
some-
a question, and should have asked this.
Sure.
before. I know y'all say that it's not level, that the baseball field is level, but then it goes down this way. What is the incline that it goes to? Is it that dramatic?
In right field, it drops off pretty good.
It does?
Yeah, yeah. Like he said, we looked at it many times to try to bring it up and level it up some, but of course, it absolutely no.
See, your problem was asking for permission.
Yes. We got all
I
that
hear
dirt
you.
dumped over there now. Dump it somewhere else.
I hear you.
Thing for kids to take a couple buckets out there and take the dirt out.
That's right, yeah.
They're dumping the stuff from Knowles, just put it out
Yeah,
over
that's
there.
level
and
it.
w-
Did you
Yeah,
just
we
say it's
cleaned it
not-
up, so,
Just make sure of that, But
Okay.
it does look horrible. It looks horrible.
okay, so we'll move ahead with that. 85, we had the cleaning up charge. I think we pretty much agreed that to do the weekly on Wednesdays. So it's all clean and spiffy for the quilters.
Yeah.
There's the difference. So weekly is 96.20 a year, monthly would be 40.56.
So when we're gonna start, so I can,
As soon as funding becomes available.
October 1st? Okay.
Okay. Now we're gonna talk a little bit about some savings, if I can get to the page.
There was a question here about this part. You ever had me pass a question? Well, I'm gonna say it now because they wrote it, so let's.
Okay.
It says here, where's it at? We pay for a park employee to be certified in playground inspections, yet we hired an out-of-state inspector for the task.
That's for the playground assessment.
Oh, for the playground assessment, yeah, we had an out-of-state guy to come in that is a specialist in that field. We had a guy that was certified as a park equipment inspector, but we went with a third party, somebody that not affiliated with our park systems, our equipment, to come in and look and give us an honest opinion of what we had.
But aren't your people, some of your people certified to do the same thing?
Yeah, but we wanted an honest opinion. I mean, you didn't want somebody to say, well, you probably
Nobody's
overlooked
more
that.
honest than you and your guys.
Well, I don't know how yours, don't they usually go down and just check all the equipment and everything out and the ground and everything?
They do, but then the extensions of the bolts on all the equipment, the chains, I mean, they go through, it's a long, detailed list of things that you have to look for and grade.
So you don't need the certified one, correct, or no? Or do they need to be, I'm asking, do we need a certified playground inspector?
You need one to come through, yeah. We need one on our staff.
I didn't ask that, they're asking it.
So the reason you want us certified, I'm thinking, is so that we can go do yearly checkups and they can spot things that you may not normally know to look.
That is correct.
But the
So-
reason we went with an outside specialist this time was to get an unbiased, absolute.
Absolute opinion,
Yeah.
And so,
everyone.
And that only happens every 10 years?
Yeah, they said 5 to 10 years.
5
is
to
what
10
it
years.
is, yeah.
so
think they
you
get-
guys will be able to do the inspection.
Pardon me?
Your guys will be able to do the inspections
Our
from this
guys-
point forward for a
Yes,
while?
Yes.
Okay.
We're gonna do it like a monthly inspection. is
Okay.
What we're gonna be
And then
doing.
you could just do this other one like once every 5 years or something.
Every 5 to 10 years, you have somebody come out from outside.
Okay, the last three things are good because it's money that we've already spent from this year's budget and will be savings. 109, we already took care of the dishwasher and the hose reels. 118 was a $450 savings from one of the subscriptions that we're not gonna do. And page 171 was $6,000 for the incinerator that's already been funded. And that's all I have. Anybody else have anything else? I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Before you go, just so I'm straight, on the employee thing, where do we stand with that?
Staying.
Well, the option 2 with the 2-year.
Only looking at the Baker Tilly recommended option B,
Yeah.
which is how this is written.
That's right, how this is written.
And then the addition of a one-time 2-year
Right.
temporary position for the building maintenance.
Correct. With the understanding that in that amount of time, we anticipate that to become permanent.
But expect it to become permanent.
Thing, it comes out of a different budget. Can you explain, so when we say that it's a 2-year budget, that means
It's a one-time fund.
it's a one-time fund. We would hire the person immediately.
When they were talking about hiring Janice somebody, it was just gonna be for 6 months or a year or something, correct?
Yeah. But then that person we wouldn't let that person go at that time.
If we can fund it, then.
Yeah, that's
stay.
what, you see what I'm trying, can you explain how that works? So the key is that's gonna ride you over to where your regular general fund can cover that.
That's essentially it. We would recognize them for a short duration, 2 years.
Yeah.
With the intention to retain them indefinitely in 2 years. Yep.
So it would come out of basically, would it come out of your
Fund balance.
CapEx for 2 years, and then it would move over to your operational budget?
Not capital, just fund balance.
Can you,
We'll call it one time, and that's the way we can say that we have a structurally balanced budget because our ongoing revenues are not covering the ongoing expenses. But yeah, eventually it would be an ongoing expense after the 1 or 2 years, depending on which position we're talking about.
and is this an acceptable practice?
Yes, I mean, as long as it's clear that it's one time and we're not guaranteeing that it will be added at any point in time until such time that we can pay for it with ongoing revenues.
Right. Okay. Does that answer it? Okay.
I will-
So it sounds like that's.
Yeah. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Mary's got something.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll take a second. All in favor, raise your right. Oh, hold on, we might as well push the button since we
there you
paid
go.
for it. We adjourn at 1:18. Thank you, everyone. 1:18. Thank you all for taking up your Saturday.